what's up? What's up? Now I'm on multiple platforms, so y'all get to see me everywhere. Mr. Empathetic Paranoia, whistleblowers are set to speak. Yes, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about everything, you know? I got to adjust all my volume and stuff like that. There we go. What's up? What's up, my guy? What's up, my guy? All right, check it out. I'm about to be on camera, so just give me a second, everybody. I'm setting everything up. So this is a karaoke. I gotta give a special shout out to Karaoke and a couple people here because they are the reason why I'm streaming right now and why I will be continuing to stream. We're gonna talk about that. I want to talk about that. So let's go ahead and share. I want to make sure everybody knows I'm active right now. Yeah, make sure I'm active. Because a lot of people didn't even know that I'm gonna be on YouTube. So I kind of left YouTube for the Midwest Night Watcher. What's up? I left YouTube for the Twitch, space, but that was a bad idea. I didn't realize that was a bad idea until I realized it was a bad idea. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I caught your post. I hope you got a lot. I got immediate support, and again, Karaoke in the chat. I have to give a special, because if it wasn't, Karaoke told me, he's like, dude, he didn't say these exact words. He's like, dude, you need to crowdfund. And I'm like, crowdfund? I didn't think it would be a good idea to crowdfund, because first of all, I didn't consider it, but I wasn't sure if it would be a good idea because I didn't know you could crowdfund for something like this, for the support, for the community support like that. I thought it was for like important things like medical expenses, not for passions and not for people's pursuit of their dreams. But apparently you can do that and people will support you. So Karaoke, double thank you to you for that, because you didn't just support me on the channel by being here every day and listening to me tell you I think I know what them aliens are up to. You supported me. Again, I joked about it, but like my chat, guys, not everybody agrees with me, and yet the support that I got came from people that, both sides, people that agree with me and don't agree with me. That makes me realize I'm doing something right here. I think I'm doing something right here. So thank you. Hold on. Let's get my drink out of the way. My caffeinated beverage out of the way. All right. Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, so I honestly, again, I want to say I have a lot more. Just having this up now on YouTube gives me more viewers just from the jump, guys. So this does give me a chance to talk to more people and we're gonna have a much larger conversation. I just want to let you know though that when it comes to what I do here, this, devoting the 4 hours to this it's not enough. I wish I could do more. I want to do more. We'll see how that turns out, because I can devote more time to this if I know that my time here is valued, and you guys make me feel like my time is valued. Karaoke, thank you. Karaoke says, I'm honored to be described as that guy who always disagrees with you but keeps coming back. My greatest supporters don't agree with me. Isn't that crazy? Like, guys, listen, everybody I never thought that I had this much support. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I thought, a couple people would would help me if they could. But I did not think that they would. I didn't think you guys would support me like this. So I'm still here. I mean, look, guys, look. Hold up. Do you see this chair? Look at this chair. I'm using one of those cafeteria school chairs to do this, guys. All right. I'm doing this because the thing that I have is my computer, which is a laptop, by the way, guys. I'm using a laptop for this, and my microphone. That was what drove my business in the beginning with the voice acting. That's what set me on this path to, to do this thing. And again, I didn't think that I didn't think you guys would support me like you do. So thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be live streaming that hearing, by the way, because I mean, come on, like, the hearing is gonna be, like, these are historical moments. These are historical moments that nobody wants to miss out on. We're not missing out on this stuff. But also, I think it's important for us to. There are certain perspectives that people like myself, people that are in the community, I think we really need to pay attention to them because. And again, I am you guys. By the way, I am the guy that sat down and listened to like Ross Coulthard and Bryce Sable and Jeremy Corbell, and I watched the Bob Lazar documentaries, and I've been through Ancient Aliens, and I see the doc, and I'm just like, guys, there's something going on here. And I watch the news, and they're not talking about it. I'm like, oh my God, the greatest story in human history, and nobody's talking about this? And I see the tweets, and I see the posts on Facebook, and I'm like, I know the pyramids mean something. I'm that guy. I'm you guys, okay? Wait a minute. Bigfoot might be real. This is the real. I'm you guys, right? I'm you, but I get to talk to people that we look at on TV, on, in podcasts and stuff like that. I mean, last week we talked to Jim Semivan. Today, I'm gonna call. I text Michael Masters this morning, guys. Today I get to talk to Michael Masters. Michael Carter hits me up all the time. Like, we talk all the time. Michael Carter, Dolly messaged me. She called me last night. We talked for 2 hours. I'm you. But I get to talk to all the people that we watch. This is a big, like, I feel like I provide a different, just something different for the community. I feel like I provide something that everybody, I feel like we need this. I wish there was somebody who was like us, who just chats with us, like, just talk to us here. Like, but I realized there wasn't anybody. They're all academics that are in this field. There's nothing, we need that. We need people with credibility. I'm not the guy with credibility. I'm the guy sitting at the TV, yelling, I know the aliens are here. All right. So, yeah, Dolly Saffron. Yeah. Garyoki says, I still think it will be a bit of a nothing burger, but you have wound me up to feel like a kid waiting for Christmas Day. And let me tell you something about Christmas Day, Garyoki. I got a Christmas present for you. You wait and see. I'll tell you what, man, I get excited about all this stuff. I don't care if it can't be nothing. I will not allow it to be nothing. The NASA hearings, we're going to talk about NASA. The NASA hearings, right? What happened then? Well, NASA lied. They made a joke, a mockery of essentially the whole topic, the idea that there's something else out there. They made a joke out of it. Oh, yeah, I saw Bart Simpson once. Ha, 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 ha. Right. Not on my watch, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call these people out. So, yeah, they gave us nothing. But to me, it means everything. Because it means that they're actively involved in a cover-up. And at the very least, the people that were at the hearing, the NASA hearing, are uninformed of what's been going on for the last, 80 years. Those people are. Which means we know that there's an aspect or an element of NASA that works for the Department of Defense and this military-industrial complex that's keeping this information from us. We know that. We got something out of that. It wasn't nothing, right? They didn't give us what we wanted, but they gave us something. If only the little misdirection that the magician does with his, look over here. Yeah, they gave us something, but I caught that. And we talked about it. And we know that they're full of it. And they're hiding. So I feel like even with this upcoming hearing, which again, we're going to talk about some things that happened recently over the last 24 hours. Even with the hearings coming up next week, if they put, David Grush up there and he says the exact same thing that he said during the interview with Ross Coldhart, guess what? We know something's up. It tells us something. No, it doesn't tell us that about where the bodies are held. No, it does not tell us about how many Zeta Reticulans there are. It doesn't tell us about how many Pleiadians there are. What other constellations are these aliens coming from? Are they alien? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe. But listen, we're going to find out something. Because it's not always about what's being said. Sometimes it's what they're alluding to or what they're trying not to say. Sometimes it's the misdirection that tells you everything, right? It tells you everything. Because it's saying, don't look over here. It's saying, oh, you know that thing that is the most important thing of all? I'm going to poop on it to make you not like it. But we know that if you wash that nugget off, there's gold underneath there. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? You may not want to dig through that poo. I don't either. But for you, I'm going to make it happen. NASA always says they're uninformed, Garioki. They always say, oh, we don't know. We did what? Aliens? What about UFOs? I've never seen one. Then you got Buzz Aldrin saying something and then backing away. Gordon Cooper, who said stuff, who was talking about seeing aliens. I got a meme that somebody posted with a quote that he has. And listen, Gordon Cooper publicly admitted to knowing about UFOs, that other astronauts have seen these things. So again, even though they didn't tell us what we wanted to hear, they told us enough. They told us enough. Enough that we could see right through their poop. No cursing on stream, guys. Let's get this party started. So we are not going to watch the full 20 minutes of this, but my gosh. Tim Burchett is lighting up the airways, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Burchett is not playing games here, okay? Tim Burchett, aside from his politics, we don't want it. Who cares? He is literally leading the political atmosphere when it comes to this phenomena. He's got that legislation he's implemented, right? And thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for that. That's love right there, y'all. Listen, I'm telling you guys, Tim Burchett is at least trying. Let's hear a little bit about what he has to say today. So this is from Michelangelo on Twitter. Full eye open press conference this morning. Tim Burchett and members of the House Oversight Committee speak with reporters about the upcoming July 26 hearing on UAP. Let's pull this up. Normally, I would just highlight a short clip, but the entire press conference was amazing. Maybe we will watch this. Maybe I'll just commentate on this for a moment. Mr. Tim Burchett was, these lawmakers are not messing around, and they ain't messing around. Again, that legislation, that amendment, it said non-human intelligence in the amendment. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, they're talking about non-human intelligence in an amendment in our government. This isn't whatever's happening it's big. It's big. This is the thing. And I want to tell you guys, I do think there's a reason for the fast push for disclosure for whatever we want to call disclosure. I think there is a reason for why they're pushing for this. But we'll talk about that too. So, Mr. Burchett, this is just a thank you. Okay, let's check it out, y'all. Let's check it out. I gotta adjust my volume levels here, and then we're gonna max that baby out.
Good.
Check it out, y'all. Let's turn this way down, cause I still want to hear. I want to hear them cyberpunk jams, y'all. I want them cyberpunk jams going on while we talking about aliens. You know what I'm saying?
Need a white balance. Everybody good? We don't do that anymore. All right. Is this thing on?
Let me know how the volume is.
Right on. Thank you. I want to thank y'all for being here today. I'm Tim Burchett from Tennessee's 2nd Congressional District, and we're going to have some the rest of the Congress folks are going to fill in here in a second. Next Wednesday, July 26th at 10 a.m., the House Oversight Committee will hold a hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAPs, I prefer to call them UFOs. It will be held by the Oversight Committee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs.
I prefer to call them UFOs. Look at that good old American boy right there. Timber shit from Tennessee.
The witnesses will be as follows. David Grush is a decorated former combat officer who served in Afghanistan. And he recently told the world news about his experiences serving on a UAP task force led by the U.S. Navy from 2019 to 2022. Commander David Fravor. He's a former Navy commander who shot the famous Tic Tac video that you've seen. It's on YouTube. It's 60 Minutes, did a special on it. He did that in 2004 during a routine training flight over the Pacific Ocean. Ryan Graves.
Hold on one second, guys. So these are the names. They're actually announcing them. And the only problem that I have with this is that it's 6 days before the hearing, and y'all know a lot could happen in 6 days. People have lost their lives in less time than that. So, like, I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I hear you, Mr. Empathetic Paranoia. I'm just concerned that they're, like, releasing the names at this time. It could be dangerous for these people. But the first person he mentioned is David Fravor and now Ryan Graves. Now, let's go from here.
He's a former Navy pilot. He reported multiple UAP encounters during training flights. And the interesting thing about Ryan was that he warned the Pentagon that these encounters are putting our pilots at risk. He attended the hearing held by the House Intelligence Committee last year, but was not allowed to speak. If you all remember, he wasn't even allowed admittance. He had to have someone gave him press credentials to get in.
All right, think about this. I want to know what he knows that's different than what he's already said. And for those of you who don't know, Ryan Graves is a pilot, another pilot who talked about contacts. And what I mean by contacts is like these objects that were flying. One of them was like a cube with a circle around the cube, but the circle was translucent. So you can see through the circle. This is an odd shaped, like what kind of craft is this and what would it be used for? But it was a cube, an orb that had a cube inside of it. And the cube was black, and the orb was see-through, translucent. So here's the thing about this: they were seeing these things on a near daily basis. We didn't hear a peep about it, not a freaking peep about it. They go and they do this UAP effort with ARROW, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. And by the way, Sean Kirkpatrick has an interesting statement to make. He just made this recently, and I didn't even catch this. It's just becoming mainstream news now, and we're going to talk about that. But Kirkpatrick has failed us miserably. He's failed the whistleblowers that have come forward to talk to him, and he's failed entirely the effort of disclosing this topic, the truth about this topic, because people have come to him and said, "Hey, I have this information for you. I'm a first-hand witness of this thing." And he's just ignored them. He's ignored them. He's dismissed their testimony, at least up to this point, as far as we know. But I'm hoping that this changes things. So Ryan Graves was seeing them on a daily basis. Reported that to ARROW as well. Nothing. David Fravor was the one who saw the Tic Tac UFO. They had some kind of an encounter where it was like mimicking him and traveled freaking, I don't know, 50 miles or whatever in less than a couple seconds. And come to find out it was at his cap point, which is essentially where they meet up during their training exercises. And that point, nobody knows because it's generated by an algorithm that generates it on the spot. So it's random. It's a random generator, a random coordinates generator, essentially. Listen, I'm not a pilot. I don't know exactly, but that's what they did. The computer runs an algorithm to send out a random coordinate that they can rendezvous at. It's part of their mission for training. That UAP made it to the cap point when no one knew what that cap point was going to be. We're talking, guys, gals, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, demigods, whatever. Listen, we're talking clairvoyance. I mean, precognition, whatever these things are, they're not just performing in phenomenal ways. They're also, I'm going to say it. They're supernatural.
Which I thought really stunk. Last year, the House Intelligence Committee held a hearing on UAPs. They brought in some Pentagon bureaucrats who only had 2 answers to the questions they were asked. I don't know, or that's classified. This hearing is going to be different. We're going to have witnesses who can speak frankly to the public about their experiences. We've had a heck of a lot of pushback about this hearing. We've had members of Congress who fought us. We've had members of the intelligence community and also the Pentagon.
So let's talk about that real quick, because the members of the Pentagon we're talking Susan Gao, we're talking, and for all of you who are, the Black Vault supporters, please forgive me. We don't all agree on everything, and it's okay for you to disagree with me too, by the way, just so you know. My chat loves to disagree with me on Twitch. Now, if you're on YouTube watching, you can disagree too. It's lots of fun. But let me tell you something about John Greenwald. John Greenwald, Mr. FOIA requesting redacted documents to find the truth. Well, him and Susan Gao are pretty tight. Like, ask for a statement within 24 hours tight. Unlike, anybody else. And he trusts Susan Gao. The Department of Defense's spokesperson, the Pentagon, or is it the Pentagon spokesperson? The DoD spokesperson. She's literally been trying to stifle this movement since Lua Lozano. And again, guys, you can disagree with me. I'm telling you, it's part of the thing. It's part of the thing. Hold on one second, Gary. Okay, I see you. I do see you. CAP stands for Combat Air Patrol and is like the boundary of your designated area. CAP point. Thank you for that. I did not. Combat Air Patrol. That's what a CAP point is. Garyoki knows. Hold up, Garyoki. I'm gonna turn off the. Let's see if I can. Hold on.
Even NASA backed out on us. There are a lot of people who don't want this to come to light. I've even tried to introduce an amendment to the Federal Aviation Administration Reauthorization Bill, and all that would do would require the Federal Aviation Administration to report UAP sightings by commercial pilots to Congress. I was told the intelligence community shut it down. This is ridiculous.
Did you hear that? You remember that amendment that he wrote, that he tried to get pushed through? I guess he definitely had help, but you know what I mean. Like he pushed through an amendment that was going to essentially force the government to, and these private corporations and aerospace industry and all that stuff like that, to give the government that property. Because by the way, we're talking about, I don't know, another civilization, like potentially another civilization, another life form. Again, this is the greatest story in human history. The greatest story in I can't imagine another story that can top the fact that we are not alone in this universe. Give me one. God is real. I mean, other than that, I got nothing. So this is big, and they're blocking it. The intelligence community is blocking disclosure. Susan Gao is helping to block disclosure. There's no confusion about who's behind the cover-up.
Folks, they do exist or they don't exist. They keep telling us they don't exist, but they block every opportunity for us to get a hold of the information to prove that they do exist. And we're going to get to the bottom of it, dadgummit, whatever the truth may be.
Dadgummit. I'm going to start using that.
We're done with the cover-up. I want to introduce my friend Jared Moskowitz. He has a legal and an incredible analytical mind, and he's a friend of mine. Jared?
Thanks, Tim. Good morning, and I want to thank my colleagues behind me that we're all leading this effort on a bipartisan basis, and ultimately, it really is about getting to just greater government transparency. As Tim said, that when we ask these questions, if the answers are there are no unidentified aerial phenomena, then say that. But that's not what the answers are. The answers are we can't tell you. And so that leads to...
That is not... Who is this guy? Oh, you can't... So I think from what I gather, he's saying that we're not allowed to tell you. Like, we are not allowed to tell you. Not that we can't tell you whether or not they exist. We're not allowed to tell you about all the details of these things.
To speculation. And so this is something that has undoubtedly captured the public's attention in multiple administrations, and it's just finally time the U.S. government answer questions about what they know and when did they know it. Taxpayers are paying for programs that are keeping this information secret. They have a right to know where their dollars are going. And with claims coming forward, as technology is getting better, people are capturing things on their phones now, right? We need to know whether these things are they domestic, are they foreign, or are they something else, or do they not exist? And the government needs to have straight answers. And so the American people deserve to know the truth on this. Unnecessarily censoring things or overclassification is what leads to all of these theories that have been out there.
All right, so that is not the only thing that leads to the theories, but he's correct. I mean, this guy, I don't know who this dude is. I've never seen him before. Not that I know all about, the political atmosphere. Again, I'm not a political guy. Just know the big names because I live in the U.S. And if you're in the U.S., you already know about all these politicians. Tim Burchett, I've seen Tim Burchett all the time on TV. He's on American politics all the time. Dadgummit.
So again, I want to thank my colleagues behind me for their leadership, and we look forward to having a productive hearing on topic on a bipartisan basis. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Representative Luna. She's from Florida. She is a military veteran. Her husband's combat wounded veteran, and I'm proud to have her on our team. Representative Luna.
Thank you, Bridget. Good morning, everyone. For decades,
I should say she's with child.
yeah, thank you, Bridget.
Wow. Mr. Tim Burchett, stop flirting with the staff, please.
For decades, countless of Americans have questioned our government's lack of transparency regarding UAPs in our nation's airspace. These same questions have been echoed by many leaders on a bipartisan basis, from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, from Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, from Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, from the former Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, to current officials at the National Security Council. They have all called for disclosure of UAPs.
Whoa. Did she just say that all of those people she mentioned from Donald Trump on have been asking for disclosure? Ladies and gentlemen, Chuck Schumer is talking about disclosure as well. I mean, I know Obama, he jokes about aliens, and he said on, I think it was Jimmy Kimmel once, he's like, well, when it comes to aliens, I just can't talk about that on air. I would like to talk to Obama off air to find out what he knows about them aliens. I'd like to talk to Trump. I just don't think I'd make it out alive if I did.
If this was a court case, the court would be compelled to take up the thousands of testimonies, images, videos, and eyewitness accounts from doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members. The status quo on the part of the U.S. government has been to leave the American people in the dark regarding information of UAPs. They refuse to answer questions posed by whistleblowers, avoiding the concerns of Americans, and acknowledging that the possible threat of UAP poses to our national security as well as public safety. It is extremely unnecessary and an overclassification. If the last few months have taught me anything, especially in investigating this, it is that this issue is in the hands of the American people and they deserve answers. I just want to be fully transparent here. Myself, Representative Burchett, and Representative Gates had attended an Air Force base, and we were blocked not only by the Pentagon but by the Department of the Air Force from seeing information, talking to witnesses.
Listen.
And after much arm twisting, we got some of the information, but the fact is that they answer to Congress and thus the American people, and any government entity that attempts to stonewall us is doing nothing in the invested interest of the American people.
There's so much to say about what she just said. She's packing so much into her statements right now. I don't even know who this lady is. Touche to this lady. I like this lady, okay? Platonic Zombie, yes. Obama has been trolling us like crazy. He's been, like, the jokes about aliens and stuff in his little ad. I mean, it's funny, and I appreciate the quirky, jokes, but, like, this is serious to some of us. Some of us spend sleepless nights trying to figure this stuff out. It's not really that funny to us. And so he is trolling us. Another thing is, she just mentioned that these members of Congress and senators and all these politicians, they are exercising their power They're exercising their power, going to these Air Force bases and being like, show us the deets. This isn't right. And the Air Force is like, let me give you this big pile of steaming poo. You can use to smell that before you get into this facility, because they're telling them no. They're blocking everything. No, you don't tell us what to do. Now, what she's suggesting is that we tell them what to do. That they're not just unaccountable, organizations or institutions. They're accountable to us. If you're in America, they're accountable to you. Okay? If you're a U.S. citizen, we are the ones who decide what happens from this point forward. Congress is doing what they can. At this point, it's not about them they're doing their job right now. They're going above and beyond. I cannot believe I'm saying this. They're doing their job. We have to support them. Because if we do the thing where we're like, oh, the government's all liar, trust me, I'm with you. But they're doing something now. I don't care. Forget about the rest of this stuff before today. They are doing something today. That's the point. If we fight against the people fighting for us, we will get nowhere. Don't do that. Do not be the people that say, oh, all politicians are lying. This is all misdirection. Don't do that, because you will stop this movement. You'll stop it. You'll kill it in its tracks. Why would listen? Bob Lazar talked to Jeremy Corbell recently. All right, Jeremy Corbell's Weaponized podcast on Monday. Bob Lazar talked to him, and he said, and Jeremy Corbell was like, man, I'd really love to see you testify at one of these hearings. You know what Bob Lazar said? Screw that. Screw the UFO community for what they did to me. He didn't say those exact words. He didn't say that. I'm speaking for Bob Lazar. I'm paraphrasing now. He said, after what they did to him, why would he waste his life to be dragged through the mud for another couple of decades after they did the UFO community? That's us, ladies and gentlemen. Some of us dragged Bob Lazar through the mud. Why would he do that for us? Why? First of all, why would Grush do it? I don't know why anybody testifies at all. When you see what happens to these people, they're doing this against the people that want that they're trying to help. Think about that. We have to be supportive.
When I take at face value the numerous roadblocks that we've been presented with, it leads me to believe that they are indeed hiding information. I look forward to bringing this topic to light and finding out the truth of what is really out there.
Next speaker will be Representative Burleson. He and I traveled to our southern border a few months back, and we became really good friends. He has a really love for this country, and he, like the rest of us, would like the truth, and he agrees with us that we need a lot of transparency. Representative Burleson.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time following after that chick.
Thank you for spearheading this effort. I'll start out by saying that I'm a skeptic on a lot of stuff. I come from a computer science background and finance background, so I tend to err on the side of things that I can see and touch. And I don't give into conspiracies. But too often the federal government works outside of the public eye. And in conspiracies and rumors tend to flourish in places where the federal government is silent or not transparent. The American people deserve to know what their tax dollars are funding and what the government knows. That's just plain and simple. The other thing I think is important is that our servicemen and women who are risking their lives for this country and are encountering these devices,
oh man,
we owe it to them to find out what is in the air that might potentially harm their lives. What's disturbing is when you hear about the accounts of 14 near misses in air. Next week.
Listen, what has he seen? You have to pause for a moment and ponder this. This man, look at him. You ever see somebody who his like, I don't know, like, it's not real. It's all fake. It's all BS. Get out of here with that crap. I'm tired of hearing it. Get out of my face. Stop mentioning it. And then the next day they're like, so I'm a skeptic, but yeah, I gotta say something's going on here. That's what I see with this guy. What have they seen? What have they seen that has convinced them? What have they seen that has convinced them? Because let me tell you something. I can guarantee you this, ladies and gentlemen. I can guarantee you that hearing a story from some random person isn't going to convince any skeptic of anything. Not one of them. Y'all know Drunk Physics. And if you're on Twitch, you know Drunk Physics. You know him. You're not going to convince Drunk Physics that this is a real phenomena because he heard something from someone it's not going to work for him. It's not going to work for him. Which means they've seen something that has convinced them. Again, it's not what they're saying necessarily. It's what they're alluding to, that you can see it. You can see it.
This week's hearing is about transparency. Like many Americans, I read David Grush's story when it first came out and watched the TV interviews. I was struck by the sheer amount of detail. So I was able to contact him and hear directly from him in a lengthy phone call interview. And after speaking with him, I was convinced that the American people deserve to hear from him directly. That's why I asked Chairman Comer to hold this hearing. And I'm grateful that the chairman has decided to hold a hearing so that we can ask questions and get the answers that the American people deserve. It is time for transparency. And I'll say one more thing. It's the responsibility of members on oversight to do. This is our job. This is exactly what our responsibility is.
Again, please look back at last year. Just look back a year ago. Look back 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, 80 years ago. Project Blue Book. Does anybody feel like something really big is happening right now? We go from nobody saying that this is a real phenomenon except for some few people here and there, a couple of whistleblowers that came and gone in the wind, to all of Congress, bipartisan support bill about non-human intelligence, press conferences in I don't know, 2 months? Does anybody feel like something is up at all? Do you just think about this? Do you think that they are going to put this much effort this fast just because to satisfy the American people's curiosity? What's up, Darren1320? What's up, my guy? Today is a beautiful day. I gotta tell you guys something too. I gotta say something, but I'll wait for this because I gotta get this out first. But welcome to the chat, Darren. It's a pleasure to see you, Darren1320. With the support of obviously some people, and I'm gonna mention their names. One of which is in the chat, Garyoki. You know who you are. I will be continuing live streaming. I did receive the support that I needed to continue I put that message out on Facebook, and I want to say something to you guys real quick. I don't want to. Not now is not the time for the lengthy response that I want to give, but I will say this: I am relying 100% on crowdfunding to keep doing what I'm doing here. From this point forward, every month, I'm going to start a GoFundMe, because I don't have enough YouTube followers to even get super chats, so people can't support me there. Patreon is a good place to help me out. You can subscribe to Patreon for anywhere from I think $1 to $5. That helps me out too. But I am going to start crowdfunding every month to reach a very small goal, just so that I can be able to do this professionally. If I can reach that goal, I will do this for more time. We're talking 6 hours a day, and it will be still every day, Monday through every day, no stop. Because again, I owe it to you. You guys are supporting me. You're here. You're having the conversation, and you're also funding my effort here to do this. And I owe it to you. I owe it to all of you, and everybody that supports me in every way they can, to keep doing this and do it as much as I can. I put my heart into this. But I don't want to get into it. But that's where we are right now. So Darren1320, it ain't over yet.
So I'd like to thank Tim and my other colleagues for their leadership in putting this together. And I want to thank the chairman for his support.
We'll answer your question. I, too, would like to thank Chairman Comer and Speaker McCarthy, who have allowed us to do this. Yes, sir. Just anybody.
My question starts with you here. Walk us through what has happened. You say you tried to get information from the military.
Yeah, we were.
And if others have other, give us very specific things. What the inquiry was, what they responded, how you went back, and therefore what your thesis is and what they're trying to cover up.
Okay, well, and what Representative Luna and I experienced was our colleague Matt Gates was contacted by some folks that said that some people would like to talk about some information, some things they'd seen, and we contacted the Air Force and we flew. We were told we were going to be briefed on this issue, the UFO, UAP. I like UFO, and we got down there, and it was the traditional skiff, James Bond stuff. You leave your phone, your Fitbit. We go in, and the synopsis had nothing to do. It was some pretty big, important stuff, but it was not anything to do with the UFO. And we stopped the thing rightfully right in the middle of it and said, "Hey, this is not what you all told us we were coming down here for." And they basically told us, "We're not going to give it to you." The arrogance of this general was beyond belief.
Whoa. We're not going to give it to you. The arrogance of this general was beyond belief. Is it just me? Am I just too invested in this topic to feel like everything that's being said is a freaking bombshell? Is it just... I need people in the chat to please tell me. Please tell me. Am I just too invested in this topic that I'm like, everything that's being said is blowing my freaking mind? Is it me? Or do you all see it too? Come, please hit me up in the chat.
The Pentagon, this is Department of the Air Force. It was the commanding, oh yeah, of course. It was the commanding general of Eglin Air Force Base. And ultimately, even before we got down there, the Pentagon actually tried to cancel the field.
Who is this lady? Who is she? Somebody link me to who this person is. I will, so from now, so it's going to be 12 to 6 then. So then is 12 to 6 a good time for you, karaoke? Because keep in mind, I stay up until like 4 o'clock in the morning. Literally, guys, listen. Just to be clear, let me stop fanboying over these people real quick. I stay up till like 4 o'clock in the morning. And then I get up at 11:30 in the morning, anywhere between 11 and 11:30 in the morning, officially, to, thank you, karaoke, to do this at 12 my time. But I'm also waking up throughout the night to respond to messages. Listen to me. This is not... I want you guys to understand something. I got one comment on Facebook where they're like, somebody told me to get a real job. That's what somebody told me. I want to fill you in on something. If I got a real job, I would spend less time working, and it would be easier, at least in terms of the workload, but I would be unfulfilled and unhappy. I do way more work now with 4 hours of live streaming, because I'm not just live streaming, guys. I'm also reading articles, watching videos, listening to interviews, responding to you guys. I'm hitting you guys up in the chat. And by the way, if you think that I'm on Discord, I'm on Facebook Messenger, I'm on, Signal, I am talking to so many. I'm doing phone calls every day where I'm talking to different people all week long. Guys, the workload alone is consuming, and I love it. Okay? What's up, Christine? So, yeah, I got her, Christine, on you. So YouTube chat is over here, by the way, guys, in case you don't understand. And Twitch is down here, YouTube is here, and then my screen is here. So I'm gonna find out who this person is. I got Garyoki sent me hit me up on Discord. By the way, if you don't have my Discord, hit me up on Discord. We have a very lively chat on Discord. It's essentially just talking about data. We just share data. We talk about the data, and it's all day long. We Garyoki, Darren1320, let them know. We all day just share data amongst ourselves, and it's a lot of it's fun. Plus, you can hit me up privately on Discord as well, and we can chat too. So, hit me up on Discord.
Hearing, And also, it's important to note that these were whistleblowers. These were pilots that had come forward to Representative Gates' office with information saying this needs to be investigated. We have an increase in sightings in this region, and it's a cause for concern for national security reasons. We don't know what it is. So we went down there. We were stonewalled. They would not give us access to testimony from some of the pilots. They were hiding images and information.
We were told there was pictures available, which we still haven't seen.
And ultimately what ended up happening is we had to actually call House Armed Services. Chairman Rogers got involved. The Pentagon got involved. The Department of the Air Force got involved. We actually got into an argument with the general of that base. And it's important to note that
That's it. I'm done. She is is that Wonder Woman? Wait a minute. Let me just see something real quick. Hold on a second. Just Wonder Woman here. Let's see if this chick is actually Wonder Woman, because I got a feeling that she might be. Hold on. Is that her? Is that Diana? Wait a minute. I think that's Wonder Woman. She might be. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Is that Wonder Woman? Because I feel like she's a freaking hero. Guys, this woman is a freaking hero. We got into an argument with the Air Force? Are you crazy, lady? She's still alive? Oh my gosh.
we were there simply to follow up on the whistleblowers that came forward with information. And
Wow.
so if the Department of the Air Force, if the Pentagon thinks that they're above Congress, they have something else coming to them.
Oh my gosh. Congresswoman Ann. Oh my. Guys, this is Congresswoman Luna. This is her. I've been reading about her for the last week, and I didn't know what she looked like. I didn't even look up her picture. I just been reading about her. Oh my gosh. Failure on my part. This is why I need you guys. Wow. That's her? My gosh, she's a freaking superhero. Dude, you guys have to you have to respect the gangster here. you gotta respect it.
We told them we were going to do this if they continued to hide information, and ultimately the American people deserve the facts.
And also, I'd like to make, for the record, numerous pilots have told us, and I'm sure they've told Representative Luna, that the when they come forward with this, they're supposed to be provided some sort of whistleblower protection, but they're not. The brass will tell you they're debriefed. Well, they're interrogated for 8 hours, I believe, at some point. Then they have a blemish on their record, and then they carry this stigma. And we've been actually told that they will destroy video evidence.
Oh my gosh.
Because they don't want to have to go back in.
Oh my
and
gosh.
have to be pulled off the flight line and be interrogated for 8 hours.
Oh my gosh. So, did this take place from earlier today? I believe so. Let me just double check because, hold on one second. I just saw the date for this. It was either today or yesterday this happened. Either today or yesterday. But let me go to C-SPAN and check it out. This was... That's not it. Yeah, today. This was today. Today. So, Christine on YouTube, this was today. This is just posted today.
Go ahead. You pay our salary. You go ahead.
If something like that out there is something from another planet or another universe or whatever, and if they were to say, oh yes, this is
I can't hear what he's saying.
would we have riots in the streets? People
Absolutely not. And that's,
what do you think would happen?
I think it's the arrogance of the arrogance of our government.
Why don't
I
you
mean,
think that would happen? Would literally-
why would it? Why would it? Over 55, more people believe in UFOs than believe in Congress. I mean, look at the polling that's out now. 55, 58, depends on who you talk to. They believe there's something else out there, and these are legitimate polls. I'm stopped every weekend about.
Most Americans believe in this topic. Listen to that. Derek Galloway. What's up, Derek Galloway on YouTube? What's good? Welcome, welcome. Most Americans believe that there's something here. Again, the tipping point. We're at the tipping point. I get to be a part of human history. I get to be you all get to be you're alive. How many Stanton Friedman would have, listen, you're alive. You're alive. Now. Is it really just me? Is it just me?
Back in Knoxville, man, I'm talking about educated people, professional people. I'm on airplanes. I'm traveling all over the country. People will stop me and tell me about an experience. Decorated veterans. These people, why would they risk their reputations and careers over something that they're lying about? It's too big right now, and I don't believe they can keep their thumb in the dam too much longer, because people are coming forward at too rapid of a rate. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tim. Is this issue?
I can't hear that guy. He's really quiet. I can't hear it. Volume's maxed out even with the headphones on. I can't hear what he's saying.
And second, you mentioned an amendment that didn't make it into the FAA reauthorization. So you said the intel community blocked it. Did they go to, like, what was behind that? Did they go to the rules committee and say, no, do not have this amendment in the FAA reauthorization?
Right. I'll answer the last one first. It's a good question. We're not really sure. I was told the intelligence community blocked it, and then I was told that the intelligence committee blocked it. And it depends on who you talk to. I think that's your all's jobs as reporters to find out what the hell's going on with this stuff, because y'all need to start asking tough questions, and you need to start looking at people's financial disclosures as well, because the groups that probably have control of this obviously are well heeled in this. And your first question was if China or Russia. If Russia owned it, they wouldn't be battling in Ukraine. It'd be over. Putin's ego, it wouldn't have happened. China, they would control us. Even they pretty much do now, even more so.
Oh my gosh. Why you gotta do that, Timber Shed? You're doing great. Leave it out of there, dude. Come on.
So that goes back to my original premise. It's either something that's extraterrestrial or something that we have in our skunk works that we are reverse engineering. Because with this technology, when you see the Tic Tac videos and listen to the pilots, it defies all of our laws of physics. The human body would not be able to withstand the pressure from this thing.
Yeah, we just heard yesterday, we were talking about this, that, was it 3 to 4 Gs is what a human being can withstand? These things are producing upwards of 500 Gs. It's not us. It's not. Okay. If it's us, then we have a breakaway civilization.
It's beyond belief, and some other stuff. And that's why I wish they would release everything that I've seen, because the American public would say, why are you covering this up? I guess you could say, why are they still covering up Kennedy, the Kennedy assassination? There's nothing there. I mean, it's been over 50 years. Everybody's dead.
You know why? I watched Dark Skies, ladies and gentlemen. They covered it up because he was going to tell us about aliens, y'all.
This is about power. It's about control. It's about money. It's about greed and corruption. And that's what runs this country right now, and that's a disgrace.
Tim, can I add something
Sorry,
to that?
go ahead.
So, again, I think the overarching question that we're really asking is, why are they overclassifying this, and why aren't they being transparent? You know, and it's about a
real quick, okay? Real quick. Standforbetter.org. That's our boy Matt Ford over there. Matt Ford, in case you guys don't know, he is the YouTube account. Dagnabbit. Matt, what is your YouTube channel called again? Dagnabbit. Why you guys gotta do this to me in real time, huh? How dare you? Matt Ford. The Good Trouble Show, all right? And listen, Matt Ford, you gotta follow Matt Ford on YouTube, because the interviews that he does with the people that he gets on, again, it's just one of those extra pieces of data if you're interested. But don't worry, because I watch them anyway. But he just posted on Twitter, on his account, standforbetter.org, United States Air Force leadership retaliating against whistleblowers and blocking Congress from interviewing these pilots dishonors our servicemen and women and our country. Secretary of the Air Force Frank Kendall must resign immediately. I'm afraid that I just said his name. Let's continue.
asserting reasserting, I should say, Congress's role in all of this. I mean, to Tim's point, I mean, the United States Congress passed a law on the JFK assassination. That information under that law is now supposed to be available, and yet president after president both parties, right, violates that law and extends the information. To his point, why? And that's really what's happening here. We're interested in the why. Why are they doing this? Why won't they tell the American people, yes, it's a national security issue? Of course it is, right? Can't we tell the American people that it isn't China, it isn't Russia, right? And if it is, right, then that's even more questionable. Why aren't they telling the American people that other countries have this technology, right? And to your point, I want to reverse your question, which is, are we okay with the federal government keeping information from the American people because they're trying to prevent us from having anxiety on all sorts of issues? I mean, if they can do it here, what else are we going to give them authority to not tell the American people because they're interested in controlling and keeping us in a bubble? I mean, that's a scary thought, that they don't trust us, that the universe is a big place. I mean,
wait a minute. Why is he mentioning how big the universe is in relation to this phenomenon? They know. I jest when I ask that ridiculously obvious question. Platonic Zombie, I know. It's a work of fiction. But guys, they know. They know. They know. We are not alone. They know this. They know this. They know this. They're doing this because they're alluding to the universe is a big place, guys. We're holding a C-SPAN press conference about pushing legislation through about unidentified aerial phenomena and non-human intelligences that's being blocked by the United States Air Force and the Department of Defense and the Pentagon. And by the way, the White House is against the Pentagon and the Department of Defense with this. The White House is in lockstep with what these people are doing in terms of pushing for disclosure. Guys, this is... We're not alone in the universe.
Everyone learns about that in school, right? The universe is a big place. Our solar system is a big place. We're learning about solar systems far beyond. And so the idea that the human brain can't tolerate that there might be life somewhere else, I just don't accept that. And at the end of the day, I think the hearing is really about real life accounts from reliable people. And as the technology is getting better, our technology is getting better, we're now capturing these things on our handheld devices. And why is the military and the government not just being honest with us? Why are they overclassifying it? Why aren't they being transparent?
Yes, sir.
We've all heard about how there are whistleblowers that are trying to come forward. Many of them, according to you all, have said that they have gotten backlash, that they fear coming forward. Some people, one of the parts saying that they fear for their lives in sharing these.
I will say that is a good question. Why? Why are they hiding this? See you, Christine. It was a pleasure having you here. Christine's got to go on YouTube, so it's been fun having you. Why are they what is the purpose of the secrecy? What's the reason for it? I don't know. I've got nothing with that one, guys.
Elaborate on some of what you're hearing as to the roadblocks that they are facing.
Sure. I mean, we've had witnesses that have backed out on us, that have told us that they received inquiries, I guess you could say, from the Pentagon, and so obviously we're over the target, and they know it, and that's why they're firing at us. And if there isn't anything, then why the push to cover it up? Why don't we know? All we want is transparency. Tell us what it is.
My second question is just at the hearing next week. Should we expect
Tell us what it is. Why? What is it? What is it?
Possibly, but I think what you're going to see is real questions. When the Intelligence Committee held that bogus meeting in the public, I mean, literally, the people that they brought from the Pentagon couldn't spell UFO. That was the most ridiculous thing.
Dang! Shots fired. Shots fired. They couldn't even spell UFO. I'll tell you right now, dadgummit, they couldn't even spell it if I gave it to them.
I don't know if any of y'all saw that or not. They had one video where the guy filmed it out of his canopy with a cell phone. The most technologically advanced country in the world. And then Adam Schiff who I don't always agree with, but dadgum, he asked the question, and I loved it. He said, "What exactly am I looking at?"
That was a great. We're talking about the first, the very first public hearing on UAP was terrible. They were clearly nervous. They were obviously lying. They were keeping information. They were slipping. They were like excellent boxers because they gave us the slip, y'all. What? I saw it. It was Mike Tyson style. Like, they were Mike Tyson in us right there. We don't have that within the purview of the what? Get out of here.
And they couldn't tell him, were they looking at the reflection off the canopy, or are they looking at some object that was flying by? It was a 22-second film. You know, the most technologically advanced country in the world, dadgummit, Isabel Burchett, my little 16-year-old girl, could have stopped that video. They couldn't even stop the video to show us what it was. And all the footage that we've seen, all the testimony, we had a pilot there who's going to be here who was denied access. That's a question the press ought to ask. Why is the intelligence community blocking everything we do? Both parties. Doesn't matter who's in the White House. The American public deserves to know.
Now, that's what see, Tim Burchett just said this. Both parties, whoever's in the White House, it doesn't matter. They're blocking it. I want you guys to think about, please just think for a second about this, okay? The White House, before UFOs, right, before I got into this field, I thought that the Pentagon, the Department of Defense, and the White House, judge me if you want to, but I didn't want to stress myself out with politics. I thought they were all the same thing. I don't mean literally. I just figured like they're all together, like they have the same goals, they're all trying to do the same thing, they're unified. You understand what I mean? Like, they're not the same entity, but they're all a part of the same like institution essentially, like they're the same. That's what I thought. And it wasn't really until the Balloon Gate situation, when they were shooting down balloons all across America and Canada, and they were like, "Oh, we can't find a debris." Sorry, balloon. You know they should float. I can't find them. Who am I? The United States government. I don't know. Come to find out, the Department of Defense and the Pentagon were the ones who were keeping information from the White House about these things. That's when I was like, "Wait, what?" I thought they were the same people. I thought they were the same. Like, what do you mean? Like the White House? There was some confusion then. Then you hear there was some animosity from the White House towards the DOD and the Pentagon. I shouldn't say animosity, but there was a problem. There was conflict because they were being stonewalled from getting information about those balloons or UAP that they didn't know what they were. How is that? Does anybody need any other further like obvious in your face evidence that the White House is not in control? Somebody else is. There are generals that believe they have more power than the President of the United States of America. There are Air Force bases that think they are more powerful than the White House. The Pentagon and the DoD think they don't have to answer to the President. What's going on here? What's going on?
Let's get to the bottom of it.
I'm sorry, just to follow up on that. Are you suggesting there are better quality images, better quality videos?
I've seen better quality
Yes,
videos,
absolutely.
dude. Absolutely 100%, and they need to release them.
I've seen better quality videos, dude. I like this guy. I like him. I don't agree with his politics, but let me tell you something. I like him. I like what he says. I like how he says it. Dadgummit. Dude, they can't tell you what they've seen, but he's seen way better. They're bothered by that too. They're bothered by what they've seen.
You talked about the bipartisan support for this. How fast do you get something moved along in Congress and ultimately have that declassification process happen?
It's like a glacier. I mean, you know, we get fight every step of the way. But I think the American public, and here's what's going to happen. A few of the big shots in Congress are going to get a call from some of their donors saying, "Hey, let's get to the bottom of this," and they're going to start getting interested. I've had so many congressmen put a bug in my ear saying, man, I've had, some of them have told me they've had sightings and they're afraid to say anything and they're glad we're doing it. So I think we're knocking the varnish off of it a little bit with this. Do I think, you know, we're not going to bring you in a saucer or a little green man. That's not what it's going to be about. And I know y'all, every time you play this interview with one of us, you play the theme from X-Files. I get it. But the reality is the American public deserves to know. And you better be careful about a government that doesn't trust its people, because there's no telling what they'll pull on you. Sir Jared could say that a lot more eloquently, but...
I did earlier.
Yeah.
But I want to give Tim a lot of credit going back to some of your questions, which is, this is a really simple hearing. It's about oversight.
I know,
And-
really simple guy. Is that what you're getting ready to say?
No, I wasn't going there. But it was really hard for him to get this scheduled. It was hard for him to get it scheduled. It was hard for Congressman Luna to get it scheduled. It was hard to get a room. It was hard to get staff on board. It was hard to get approval. Every single step that they had to go through to make this hearing happen next week. The witnesses, they were stonewalled, and they had to push and push and push. Again, if there's nothing to talk about, why was it so difficult? And that, again, is what breeds these theories and these concerns. And so I think the best thing that can happen, quite frankly, just to end this whole debate is just like, let's hear the testimony and let the government come forward and figure out what they have and share it with the American people.
I get the impression that, let me just finish this 1 minute, but I get the impression that, you know, they know some things that have been leaked that they want us to know as well. But obviously they don't have the full picture, because the military, whoever these Air Force generals are, they have all the data and information, the real data. They've created an atmosphere in the reporting systems, the reporting process for pilots and military personnel that essentially that scares people into deleting evidence about these phenomena. They're literally scared into deleting it. As you heard earlier, they delete it to avoid essentially any kind of stain on the record, having some kind of reprimand for doing it. So.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
I think that it's probably going to be the start. What Representative Burchett, myself, and my colleagues behind me have realized is that ultimately, as elected members and being assigned to House oversight and accountability, we can conduct field hearings. And if we continue to get stonewalled, if we smell that they're giving us a bunch of BS, we are going to do the field hearings directly at those locations. And we're going to open it up to the press, because full transparency really is what we need in this situation. And ultimately, to piggyback off of what all my colleagues have said, the military, the Pentagon, the intelligence agency, they answer to the people and thus Congress. And so we are going to hold them accountable.
Everybody good? Thank y'all so much.
Thank
Look
you,
forward
guys.
to seeing y'all next week.
This has got to be listen, first, real quick, karaoke, is this a joke? Are those jokes? Are those real? Those are not real. There's no way that's real. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. This karaoke, you messing with me right now? Are those real? Drunk Physics, what's up? Hold on 1 second. I'll get you on. Drunk Physics. Hold on. We're bringing on Drunk Physics, guys. My guy. Yeah. What do you mean by falling apart? I just checked out Discord. I can't believe that. There's no way. There's no way. I cannot believe that that's true. No way. Thank you, Platonic Zombie. But karaoke, seriously? No way. No. 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 I refuse. I'm not. I'm afraid to look that up on live because I don't know what I'm gonna find. I don't know what I'm gonna find. I gotta filter. Obviously, I have to filter. Like, I can't believe that. You have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me, Garioki.
Can you hear me okay or not?
Where are we, ladies and gentlemen? We are on the precipice.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you? What's up? What's up, Drunk Physics? What's
Yeah,
up?
yeah. I'm a bit miffed. I don't know about any of you guys, but I'm a bit annoyed.
All right.
Because
talk to me.
Yeah, this press conference, I thought we were going to get somebody who has first-hand knowledge of seeing these materials. Like, is no one else like annoyed about this? I'm furious.
Well, on the 26th, you mean, or you mean like?
Yeah, in the open session, like, well, we're getting the same three people. We're getting what? David Fravor.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting you get David Grosh, and we're getting the pilot. What's his face?
Commander. Fravor, Grush, and Ryan Graves.
Ryan Graves. Yeah, these are already people who have been in the public forum and have given already testimony multiple times to the press on their experiences. Why are we not getting people who are, some of these people that have been leaked, that they've heard interviews from, that are first hand, are just like working for the Pentagon? Like, why are we not getting them? It's not Dave Grush. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to hear Dave Grush again, but he did a pretty good interview. I think we heard what he had to say. Like, I'm furious. I'm furious about this. I'm mad as nails, man.
Yeah,
I'm mad as nails.
I can't disagree with you, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm with you with that frustration. I want to make sure that people don't lose hope, because we're still further than we've ever been in human history, like ever, since the beginning of this whole topic. So on the one hand, there is a frustration for me. Grush is probably the best witness so far. But
he's only secondhand still. He's still only secondhand information.
Well, secondhand for us. But you have to ask yourself, what information or what data did he present to them that convinced them that whatever he has to say is of the utmost importance to even have the conversation in the public view? They didn't just say, well, he said that somebody told him these things. There has to be some kind of credibility to what he's saying, and it must be so monumental that they're taking it this seriously. Again, David Grush literally was the catalyst.
This is messed up, okay? They've had 2 years. They met David Grush years ago. This isn't the Power 8, the people that are in charge of the Intelligence Committee inside of the government, and I'm not talking in the Pentagon, I'm talking about in the House, right? Right. Chuck Schumer, for example, they've heard all of this already.
Yeah.
They've heard all of this.
Yeah.
Like, they're getting excited about putting stuff in the public forum. The only positive I can possibly grab onto this is that it's going to get more press. It's going to get to a wider audience.
I think that's
going to get to a wider audience.
Yeah, that's one thing. But another thing that you got to think about is the fact that people don't have the same level of understanding of this phenomena that like myself or yourself or even some of the people in the chat do. Most people are think about what you just heard from the press conference, from that C-SPAN press conference. The one gentleman that came in after Tim Burchett, he didn't even take the topic seriously. He was a skeptic. He was like, I'm a scientist. I'm a computer scientist. And all of a sudden, he's doing research, and he's like, okay, something's to this. Luna, who, again, I didn't even know who that lady was until I heard about her last week. She even said, okay, this is a topic that they're all taking seriously now because of the level of seriousness of the claims. So
listen, that's great. That's great. That's super great. But I don't know about you, but I wanted to hear there are people who have been reported with first-hand information, people that have either worked with the materials, worked on the materials, seen the materials. They were meant to be at this. I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. They were meant to be there. They were meant to talk. According to Tim Burchett, he said that they put pressure on, right? Yeah. Tim Burchett said that these people who were going to talk got put pressure on by the Pentagon, right, and therefore were forced to pull out. So something needs to be done about that. Something needs to be done and give these people airtime, because they're not breathing right now. People aren't breathing. This is very disappointing. I think
you're right.
I think that a lot of people are going to put a very positive spin on this because they want the truth to be available. But this is, I would say that this isn't a step backwards, but it's a step sideways. And if we don't have a follow-up after this with some people who have seen things, touched things firsthand, and they make first-hand claims. We need to peel back that onion. Yeah. We need to get one step closer.
Wouldn't Ryan Graves and David Fravor be first-hand witnesses of the phenomena?
Yes, they would be. I accept that, but they're not people working on the whole idea here. And I think the whole, it feels like they're a step behind us, but maybe that's the case, right? But it feels like Dave Grush is going to say, "Listen, the government has alien material, and there are people working on those alien material." And
I mean, more. I heard somebody say, kind of thing, like secondhand information still.
Yeah,
that's what you're. I mean, I was okay. So you're going through what I went through, before. I had I deal with this topic daily for hours and hours and hours every freaking day. So I've gone through this phase. I've gone through this, right? Oh my gosh, I heard about the witnesses before they were even announced, to be honest with you. I already knew about this, but the thing was, I went through the whole, what the WTF, what are you talking about? I've already heard Graves. I've already heard Fravor. I've already heard Grush. What can they possibly say that's any different than what they've said before? Here's my position, okay? I'm going to give them a chance to tell the people, because again, think about the implications of disclosure. I mean full disclosure. What does it mean that we're not alone? Does it mean that there are little gray men that sometimes have visited us for a scientist? They're just kind of like scientists? Or is there something else bigger going on that is a reason for their...
We needed one new name. We needed one new name.
No.
Just one.
You needed one new name. The American people don't know about what we know. Me and you, we need more information. We need the details. We've already heard this. But we are not the only people in this world. Most people in the world haven't even heard about Project Blue Book. You don't even understand. Project Blue Book is so old. People that this generation that came after us, they don't know about this stuff. We are educating them on everything that's happening. And so when you think about the amount of people that are in the 8 billion people that are almost 7.8 billion people in this freaking world right now, you got to understand, they have to be acclimated to this truth, this reality. That not only we're not alone, but we're not in control, and we're not the most powerful. And by the way, there's nothing we can do about it. And by the way, our military is outmatched completely, and all of our militaries and the whole, this is stuff that we've grappled with and we've accepted. Tell that to the people that trust that we're the greatest things in the universe. Or we're the strongest.
You know what? There is a difference, and maybe you'll agree with me, and I don't mean to cut you up. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
There's a difference between a PR stunt and a disclosure. And this feels more like a PR stunt.
I don't know.
And
admitting that non-human intelligence exists is not a PR stunt.
You've got 3 people who have already given high-profile public interviews, giving more interviews again. We are not getting.
Yeah. You took sociology, right? You took sociology. I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, I'm a physicist.
Okay. Well, I know you're a physicist, but I mean, you've taken. You haven't done any sociology work at all? No, they didn't make you do that as an elective or anything?
Only my own hobbyist behaviors.
Okay. So if you think about how, remember I mentioned before a while back we had a conversation about social engineering, right? The idea that you have to, when you have a goal that involves the essentially the education of or the influence of a mass amount of people, you have to be careful about how you do that, because any wrong step can lead to the exact opposite of what you're trying to accomplish. It can literally ruin everything. And what they're doing is, imagine, again, you have to think, we've gone through the steps of understanding the phenomena to the point where we can accept if it's here to kill us or help us. Okay, we've heard it all. Not everybody else has. Imagine telling people that haven't gone through this, the hours and hours and days and months of struggling with and being frustrated with all of this, the information, the obfuscation, the lies, the deception, the misdirection. Imagine jumping straight to, there's no such thing but us. Aliens want to kill us. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just thinking. Just imagine that we're somebody else's property. This isn't our planet.
We have discussed the concept of context multiple times.
Yes, we have.
And I think that we're missing that your point misses the context. The context is we're talking about UFOs that have been stigmatized, okay, beyond all stigma. That when we need a serious We need a serious take from the government on this. And we need every stage to be taken legitimately for a real disclosure to take place. If you're going to bring back 3 people who have already had massive interviews in the public forum,
You are correct. No, you're right. You're right about that. See, I'm with you on that. But let me add this, because again, I don't know the future, and honestly, we've been let down plenty of times before. But let me just say something to you, let me just offer this to you. If they probably know this, what you're mentioning, I can't imagine they don't understand the same thing. If they keep rehashing it, I think we lost strong physics. Did we lose? Yeah, we lost strong physics, I think. You still with us? No, we lost him. Uh-oh. Well, we lost. Yeah, we'll have to. But let's say for example, hold on one second, guys. Let me adjust some things real quick. He'll be right back. Drunk Physics will be right back with us. Let's say, guys, that these Congress people, they have to understand that if they go and tell us the same thing they've always told us, we're not going to get anywhere. It's going to ruin the process. They understand this, but they're not the ones who are stopping these whistleblowers from talking about the things we want to hear. Where are the bodies? Where are the craft? Where are the first-hand witnesses? They are not the ones stopping it. The people, the Air Force is. These Air Force generals are. The Pentagon is. The Department of Defense is. And so what I'm saying is, what the Congress people are doing, what the senators are doing right now, they're trying to fight against a Goliath that has been fed for the last 80 years. They're prepped. They're beefed up for this fight. They're just now getting into the fight. David and Goliath here, ladies and gentlemen. The Congress people, the Senate, they're David. The Air Force, the Pentagon, the DOD, they're Goliath. And it's they're fighting against this Goliath. So what we have to do is we have to support every effort they're making, regardless of how minuscule it seems to us, because we're ready for the full truth. They understand that they need to get everybody behind them, because they just mentioned in that press conference, by the way, it's up to us to essentially force, through legislation and through our voting power in the U.S., these people, these military generals in the Pentagon and the DOD, to release this information, to submit to the powers that we believe are the ones that should be in control, because we elect these people into office. Now, what's up, Desiree, on YouTube? That's an assumption. We have no idea what he has, and what else he has to say. Ross and Grush still didn't tell him some things because they were classified, so he withheld from Ross too. That's another element that we haven't considered as well, right? That other element that we haven't considered is, what will they say during do you think they're gonna just have these people who we've already heard for hours and hours on podcasts and interviews and YouTube videos and all, you think they're gonna just say, hey, say those things that you said for the last, 3 years all over again? No. I got you, Drunk Physics. They're not going to do that. They can't. There's no way they're going to do that. There's no way. And if they do, it's not the Congress people's fault. It's not the senators' fault. It's not the politicians' fault that are literally fighting the Goliath. It's the Goliath. We need to focus our not animosity, but our attention when it comes to who the adversary is. It's the Goliath, not the David. That's my point. That's kind of my point. My point is, 1, these politicians are trying to help us. 2, so are the whistleblowers. Ryan Graves, David Grush, Commander Fravor. They're trying to help us, guys, and the world. That's 2, okay? And 3, not everybody is acclimated to this phenomenon. So there is a very delicate. Let me give you an example. One time, somebody asked me, Marquise, what do you know about aliens? And I started off with saying I don't think they're aliens. And I lost him completely. Lost him. You're full of it. You don't know what you're talking about. That's just gobbledygook. It's BS. They have to be extraterrestrial because nothing else exists. Regular person. Let me tell you another example. Talk to a skeptic. All right? Total, complete skeptic. A friend of mine. He's like, dude, You can tell me about all the documents. You can tell me about all the whistleblowers. You can tell me about all the people that have said things in history. I don't care what their level of credibility is. I haven't seen anything of myself. And I asked him, okay, what if you saw those things? Would you believe it? He said yes, but it would be disturbing because the implications change my entire worldview, my belief about my place in this life. I'd have to change. I don't even know what to believe anymore. That's ontological shock. Guys, what do you think's gonna happen? It's a delicate process. There's so much to consider. And again, I'm with you. But I'm also with the idea that there needs to be a slow acclimation to the truth because people are not ready. I've talked to skeptics, I've talked to believers, and let me tell you something. The scariest people to talk to are the believers. The scariest people. They're religious when it comes to this phenomenon. What if you tell them that their God is different? Hey, you know that God you follow? Yeah. He's actually one of the aliens that we've been talking about, one of these non-human intelligences, and they were influencing you to believe in a God, but they're not really God. That's what I'm talking about. Guys, you're talking about ontological shock, collapse of societal norms, a change in our paradigm of what it means to be human. You cannot just tell people everything right now. They're not ready, man. I'm telling you. It will ruin the whole process. The UFO community fought against Bob Lazar. What if Bob Lazar was right? They ruined it. They fought against everybody that said that said something different than what they believed in. Why? Because they don't want to believe in the truth. They want to believe in what they want to believe in. How do you tell people that will call you a liar just because they don't want to believe you? Not because they just don't want to believe. 2 billion people are Christians in this world. 2 billion people are Christians. Over 2 billion. More than a billion people are Muslim. I don't even know how many Buddhist people of all the different denominations. Tell them that their God is not real. Tell them that Tell them that their God is real, but he's just an alien. Tell them that. You got billions of people against you. Dude, you can't do that. You cannot do that. You have to do it correctly. You have to do this the right way, or else you'll have billions of people pushing back against you. Again, you got to think about these things. You have to think about them. You're thinking, just tell the truth. Just put the whistleblower. Just get the scientists out. Just do this. Just do that. And then what happens when they do? It ruins the whole process and will never get disclosure because billions of people will be against you. They have to get people on their side. How do you do that? Slowly acclimate them to what's going on. Bottom line, I'm telling you, dude, it has to be. This is the way to do it. A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit more, reinforcement, reinforce, a little bit more, reinforce, a little bit more. How do you tell someone they're wrong? You're wrong. Tell them that their God is wrong. They'll die for that cause. There are billions of people that will literally blow themselves up because they want it for their God. Are you gonna tell me? And I'm not talking about the extremists. I'm talking about there are Christians, Muslims, Buddhists will burn themselves to make a point. They will burn themselves in public view to make a political statement. You're not thinking about these implications, my friend. With all due respect, and trust me, you know we disagree on a lot of things. This is what we do here. You're not thinking about the implications here. There's a bigger picture to consider. There are far greater implications to disclosure than just we're not alone in the universe. Your God's not real. Your God doesn't even like you. Your God, by the way, thinks that you're disgusting. Your God, by the way, is the one that wiped out 1 million people 1,000 years ago. Your God is the one who, by the way, took 56, kids back in this one random account. You do not want to just tell people. You can't do that. You can't do that, man. Hey, listen, Bryson Folly, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's love, fam. Wow, you guys are funny. So I'm checking out YouTube chat right now. YouTube chat, by the way, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the conversation. So it's I think that there needs to be some kind of there's a very delicate process here. If you do one thing wrong, it's over. We're done. We're back to Project Blue Book. That's what we're dealing with right now. So to be fair to these people, they're not just fighting against the Department of Defense and the Pentagon. They're fighting against us, the people who they're fighting for. Think about it, man. You guys got to think about these things. You got to think about these things. How many people are in the UFO community? Maybe like I don't know, a couple 100,000 people, maybe millions, maybe a few million. There are 7.8 billion people in this freaking world. Okay? Couple million people in the UFO community. Guys, we're not going to tip. That's not the tipping point. We've been in this community for decades. We are not the tipping point. The 7.8 billion people are. Okay? The 7.8 billion people are the tipping point. You got to get to at least half of them. Convince them that this is real. Convince them that it's worth the effort and the investment and the votes and the push for this stuff. You have to convince them. Now that I've pontificated my frustrations to you all, let's talk about this article. Sorry guys, I get a little passionate from time to time. I really do. Let me check out YouTube real quick. I think some of the aliens are us from the future, and then there are aliens from this timeline. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, they can obviously manipulate the space-time construct, so who knows where they're from. Cool beans. Yeah. Bryson, I'm into all of that because I think that it's all relevant. The history of humanity is relevant. If you guys aren't looking at, if you're not looking at Inca, the ancient Sumerian, legends, if you will, about Anunnaki gods, Inca, and them essentially being our creators, you're not paying attention to what this phenomena is. If you're not looking at the fairy folklore, where there is a rich history, we just talked about this last night on another friend of mine's podcast, Jason's podcast. If you're not looking at the folklore of the fairies, the fairy folklore, you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. If you're not looking at, the flying shields that the Romans were that civilization was talking about for hundreds of years, you're not paying attention. If you're not looking at the Egyptian gods that came from the sky, you're not paying attention. If you're not listening to the Native American history of the Star People, you're not paying attention. There are again, it's not about little green men, ladies and gentlemen. It's about human. Who are we? What does it mean to be human? Do we have a soul? Does somebody own that soul? Does somebody own this? Is this our planet? Are we just slaves? Are we genetic experiments? Are we literally just somebody else's resource to be used genetically? Are they just using us for genetic? Are they using us for our psychic energy? These are the implications of disclosure. We don't know these questions, but they've been implied throughout history for thousands of years. Tell that to somebody who's been looking at YouTube videos and TikTok for the last, 5? Who's been just looking at Facebook and going to work 9 to 5 every day. Can you do that to them? Can you do that to them? An atheist who doesn't believe in God finds out that the God that we've all been talking about, yeah, he's a supreme being. He's out there, and he's got these. Guys, you can't just tell people. You can't do it. You can't do it. It's irresponsible. It's irresponsible. Now let's look at this. I've been looking at this. I think this is so interesting. So, comment: extraterrestrial technical supremacy is a top concern. Pentagon UFO investigator says. This is Sean Kirkpatrick. Let's just read this and talk about it. So, the scientist and military intelligence officer leading the Pentagon's task force for unidentified aerial or anomalous phenomena, UAPs, which the public calls UFOs, yeah, we call it UFOs because that's what they are, says being caught off guard by intelligent or extraterrestrial technical supremacy remains a top concern as investigators analyze more than 800 cases of mysterious sightings reported by the U.S. military personnel dating back decades. Do you guys ever, again, I wish some of you have, if any of you have read about like some of the history, the gods weren't all kind to us. The gods were not all kind, okay? But they all did something anomalous in the sky. Flying shields, clouds that were following people, stars that were following people. You know, people that looked like beings that looked like men, but were not men, that were performing miracles, performing all these fantastical feats. People that were giving people visions, telling people the future, giving them dreams, giving them premonitions, psychic phenomena, ghosts, dead, loved ones that were coming back and giving people information. The gods were not always kind, though. They were not always kind. Just saying. Data in science has to guide where you go. And we will follow the data, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick said last month. Bullcrap, Dr. Trump. Sorry, it's coughing there. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick said last month in an exclusive first interview after his appointment to the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW. Congress established the office last year to coordinate efforts. We know this. The most common misconception is that the possible phenomena are all the same thing and they're all extraterrestrial, and neither of those are true. Now, you can take this statement many different ways. I take it to mean that Enoch, yeah, Platonic Zombie, the Book of Enoch. Oh my gosh, Gilgamesh. I talked about that on Space Out Radio last. Anyway, Prometheus, the serpent in the garden. I mean, anyway, Tom Jubert, what's up? It's a pleasure to have you in here. Thank you for joining the chat. Thank you for joining the channel. It is exciting times. Now listen, you can take that in many ways. I take it as we're not just dealing with ETs. We're dealing with some other things here too. Other things. They could be humans that have survived a previous cataclysm, which has been floating around in the mainstream lately. They could, the Atlanteans, literally, guys, literally, Atlantis has been mentioned. Atlantis. What? I thought it was. I'm just saying. There's allegations that a previous civilization of human beings survived cataclysms that wiped out most of humanity earlier in our human history. There's a lot of things it could be. It doesn't just have to, it's not just ETs. We have to go through the rigor of taking each one, matching it against our known objects and catalogs, and then reviewing that, peer reviewing that, and making sure that everybody's in the agreement, he said, of the process, which has included establishing a government-wide data collection initiative. The ARROW has looked into some high-profile UAP sightings, highlighting in congressional hearings, including a 2019 video recording taken by Navy sailors of glowing triangles floating above them. Now, the Pentagon or the DoD try to say, oh, those are drones. Guys, maybe they are drones. But what kind of drones are we talking about? Because they could be drones like the quadcopters, which aren't triangular without visible means of propulsion, or they could be drones from a non-human intelligence. Unmanned vehicles from a non-human intelligence. That is elusive. And the DoD knows what they're doing when they say, we don't think it's extraterrestrial. We have no evidence of ET. Because it might not just be ET. It might be interdimensional. Again, I get it. It's a woo-woo term. Who knows what that means? It might be supernatural. It might be freaking ghosts for all we know. Apparitions that are manifesting in our reality. Who knows what they are? But they ain't human. They're not just us. That's all I'm saying, guys. The vast majority of cases reviewed since the office was established are readily explainable, which that's Sean Kirkpatrick says, of course. Noting that final evidence-based determinations remain slow and ongoing. I have a full range of hypotheses. On one end of the spectrum, it's advanced technology that's coming from an adversary. Right in the middle, I have all my known objects, balloons and drones and birds and whatnot. And then on the far end of the spectrum, we have extraterrestrials, said Kirkpatrick. Now, him clarifying that does not give me hope in him at all. To be totally, I'm going to tell you why. Let me just tell you why. Because they're sticking to this term extraterrestrial, right? They're sticking to that term. Guys, we're being told that it's not ET. It's something else. It's something even more strange and exotic than that. I'm just saying. They're saying it's like these UFOs can appear out of nowhere, seemingly nowhere. Okay, maybe it's advanced technology, but then when you hear about how the craft are being constructed, allegedly they're being constructed at an atomic level. We're talking about something that's able to manifest craft into our reality. That doesn't sound like ET, but it could be. But to me, it sounds supernatural. I'm just saying, it just sounds supernatural. Who knows though? We don't know. It could be all of them, but it's not just ET. It's really hard to guess on this, and I don't like to guess, Kirkpatrick said of the case. The more things that I see that resemble a Tic Tac, then I can get more and more information about what that is. I can't rule it out, but I don't have any evidence. He's so full of. All right, I'm already over this article. I'm already over it. There is something there, measurable light, multiple instruments, and yet it seems to move in directions inconsistent with what we know of physics or science more broadly. And that, to me, poses questions of tremendous interest, as well as potential national security significance. Representative Adam Schiff said during a House Intelligence Committee hearing on UAP in 2022. That's a better statement to listen to. My priority is that we understand the full range of threats posed by our adversaries in all domains. Republican Senator Joni Ernst, Republican of Iowa, said during the Armed Service Committee hearing on UAPs in April. For his part, Kirkpatrick is focused on the gathering of facts and evidence. A lot of these stories, a lot of these allegations crop up again and again over history. Yeah, all of human history, he said. I'm not going to jump ahead to conclusions until we have more data. That I can respect this one statement, but unfortunately, I still have no faith in Sean Kirkpatrick. I'm over it. I'm over him. He's not helping himself, to be totally honest. Sorry, man. You're not helping yourself. Yeah. So, I gotta check out Jamie Corbell's post because. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's love, y'all. So, here's the thing, guys. Senator Blumenthal trying to tell you the truth. I hope he can push to inform the American public more deeply and fight effectively for transparency regarding what's up with the environment of space as an operational theater and our vulnerability to strategic surprise. There's a lot to consider with that statement. Let's just hear what he has to say, and then I'll pontificate. I mean, commentate.
Feel like.
1 second. I'll adjust the volume so you can hear. It's going to crazy. Yeah, you guys in the chat are on point. You guys are on point. Seriously. Hold on 1 second. Let me pause because every time I do this, it always affects they're so quiet on Twitter.
Like, the most important facts for us and the American people to understand are the facts that haven't been said today. And the reason why they haven't been said is that they are largely classified. And the reason that's important is that the American people have no idea, really no idea, about the immensity of the threat in space. And
guys, I'm just saying, I didn't say it, all right? I didn't say it.
And I've made this comment in a classified setting, that I wish the American people could be present in this room, not this room, but the skiff, because our adversaries know what they are doing.
Listen.
We know what they are doing. They know, we know what they are doing. But the American people have no idea.
Platonic Zombie, you know, first of all, you know me. Platonic Zombie, don't act like you don't know who I am. Don't act like you don't know what my concern is. My concern is that people are going to ignore that aliens want to chop you up into little pieces. And I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, guys. That was a joke. That was a joke. I was just joking. Please don't take that seriously. Listen. I'm serious here, though. I'm going to replay that. I just want you to listen carefully. Use your critical thinking skills. Use them. Use your critical thinking skills, okay? Use them. And I want you to listen with a higher level of reading skill than a 7th grade reading level, which is what most Americans have. Listen to what he's saying and decide for yourself. I have to replay that.
Could be present in this room, not this room, but the skiff, because our adversaries know what they are doing. We know what they are doing. They know, we know what they are doing. But the American people have no idea. And so this discussion and debate will have very little interest in the American public. It's carried on in a level of, forgive me, bureaucratic language that most Americans would have trouble seeing an immediacy in their daily lives.
Guys, I think that the reason why they're pushing for disclosure so fast is because there's a problem. I mean, I want you to listen to what he said. We know, first of all, they is separate from our adversaries. What does that mean? Who are our adversaries? Who are our adversaries? Russia, China, and whoever the heck else. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to mention because for obvious reasons. There are some other extreme organizations out there in the Middle East that are our adversaries. Okay. But when it comes to the big ones, Russia and China, North Korea, they're our adversaries. Listen, we know what they are doing. Our adversaries know what they are doing. That's two different entities. And they know that we know what they are doing. Guys, why am I playing this old news, April 11th, 2019? Because not everybody in this chat has heard this. And honestly, again, why do you think I'm doing this? I think that I think people need to understand what's going on here. Because I think the reason why they're pushing for this is because of this right here.
But if they were privy to what we hear, and you know it much better than we do because you live it, I think they'd be pretty alarmed. And this is not by way of criticism of you, because you're living with the strictures of what is classified and not. But I think we have a real obligation to explain to the American people why space is a domain that matters, why the threats there are real and urgent, why they are growing in importance.
If you don't catch the Jeremy Corbell reposting an interview from 5 years ago or 4 years ago, if you don't catch that, let me help you out. Okay? Let me help you a little bit. Listen. There is some, you know, Platonic Zombie, remember when I said that that they have to be careful about what they say? What if the truth is exactly what you do not want to hear? What will you do? What will you do, Platonic Zombie? And anybody in the chat, what happens if they tell us that there's an alien, there are at least one non-human intelligences that does not want us here on this planet? They don't like us. Will you reject it? Will you fight against it? Will you do exactly what I just said that people would do when they learn the truth about the phenomena? Not all of it. Obviously, there's different elements of it. But I mean, at least this, like, will you do it? Will you do that? I literally explained in detail why they cannot tell people the truth all at once. Because there will be denial. Give me one. Sorry. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta answer this real quick. Dolly, I am live right now. I am live.
You are?
Yep.
Okay. How long are you going to be? It's important.
I'm live until 4 o'clock this afternoon. I stream for 4 hours.
All right. Michelle, you can type behind the scenes, right?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to give you her link on Quest. You need to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. I'll contact her right away. Right away.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
I had to answer that guy. Sorry about that. So let's hear Platonic Zombie's response to my challenge. Platonic Zombie says, if that's the truth, then we need to find a way to stay here. What do you mean stay here? What will you do if they say there's nothing going on? Go, then what? Nothing. Bro, I Sasquatch, if they say, and by the way, everything's fake and nothing is, which by the way, why would they go through this much trouble? What have they seen that's like obvious, like convincing them that this is real? If there's nothing here, that is, Sasquatch, you want to jump on here and get your cheeks clapped on live? What's up? Well, no, I'm suggesting that I'm saying that this is what's being suggested to us. Sasquatch, that's why you're here. What do you think you're here for? What do you think this is? A picnic? This is a brawl. This is a brawl. This is blood sports. I am the Black Jean-Claude Van Damme. All right? Bring it on. Now, like I was saying, I think they've been trying to tell us there's a problem here. It's not my conclusion, it's theirs. They're telling us there's a massive growing threat in space that's overwhelming, and if we knew about it, we'd be concerned. And it's not us, it's not our adversaries, it's them. Who's them? We read Whitley Strieber's book, Them, and you'll find out.
Committee hearings and
you'll find out. Wait until the 26th. Be here live. I will be here. Again, you guys are the reason why I will be here. I will be here because of you. I'm 100% crowdfunded with this effort at this point, and I'm here to do this because of all of you. So, yeah. Check this out. Klaus on Tiny Klaus on Twitter says, if you watched that UFO press conference and still push the conspiracy theory that this is all a psyop for military funding, you are not engaging in this conversation seriously. This is a bipartisan constitutional struggle that is now spilling out into the public sphere. Mother freaking vo. Bravo, Klaus. I have to put Tiny Klaus on there. Because that is exactly what I'm talking about. Yes. Brian Johnson, I follow him on, again, another great Twitter handle. Great press conference today. The 76 years of BS and infantilization of the American public will begin to end next week on 7/26. Expect to see Grush unleashed. And new videos. I am pissed. You are pissed. The HOC is pissed. Enough. Yeah. I'm not going to retweet that, though, because there's a lot of curse words in it. There was a near miss from an asteroid that no one saw in 2020. If they're trying to say space, the threats in space, maybe they're throwing asteroids at us. Platonic zombie, I haven't even considered that. That would be terrifying. That would be terrifying. Why would they do that, though? That would destroy the whole planet. I mean, maybe they are, you know? I mean, it's easier than why fight us when they can just launch an asteroid at us? That's a, I mean, again, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I gotta say. One second, guys. Interesting. Okay, bet. So, mass extinction reboot. That is exactly, unfortunately, that's exactly what I thought. I'm gonna play this real quick, but I gotta do something real quick, guys. So give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
What is 45,689?
Wait, what am I doing here? This is not what I wanted to. This is about savants. Where is my video? Hold on. For conversation. All right, check it out. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Burchett, it's been a conversation I know you've been talking about quite lately. I just want to first off kind of tell me how this interest started with you.
Well, at a very young age, you know, my parents encouraged me to read a lot. And, you know, I guess nowadays you let your kid ride his bicycle over a mile away from the house to the library, they'd probably arrest you. But back then it was pretty cool growing up in West Hills. We'd drive right across Kingston Pike to a little public library, and they had on the table, it was just set up a bunch of books, and there was all this wild stuff, and there was something on UFOs, and I picked one up and just started reading about it. You know, we've had a history of them in this country since, well, 1947 was an incident that happened in Roswell, New Mexico. The military intelligence issued a press release that said we've recovered a saucer, and then the next day they came out and said no.
He's talking about Roswell.
In fact, it was a hot air balloon.
He is cringe sometimes.
And you know, military intelligence is a whole lot like congressional ethics. It really doesn't exist. But to think that they made that big of a blunder is suspect to me. Why wouldn't they just say, "Oh, it was a wrecked airplane ran into a tractor. You know, some drunk farmer found it or something and made this claim." You know, it's just, and there's just been time and time again. Now we have Navy pilots, the best in the world, that are coming forward and saying they, in fact, we've had 14, I believe, documented near miss incidents in the air. These are the best trained pilots in the world, the best in the world, riding around in a $50 million aircraft, and now they're bringing forth footage, these Tic Tac videos, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist propaganda.
Dang, Timber. Yo, this dude has no shame. He has no shame. Oh my gosh.
It's invading all of our phones, but it's Tic Tac, like the candy. And these pilots are literally following these craft, and they go underwater and they come out, and they have no heat trail. You got to ask yourself, why would they lie about it? When they make these reports, they're brought off the flight line, and they're made to, they say they're debriefed, but they're really interrogated for 8 hours. I've literally had pilots tell me in a setting that they've destroyed the video because they don't want to be interrogated. They don't want to lose their spot on the line, and it's not going to go anywhere anyway. And they don't want to blemish on their record. And we've just seen this time and time again. And these are decorated veterans. You know, it doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot up here in Washington, but back in Tennessee, it means a lot that a decorated veteran comes forth. And why would they want to wreck their career?
Look, all I want is transparency. I think that's what you all in the media are always after, transparency. Let's get to the bottom of it. Quit sending us these redacted files. Let the American people see what they show us in private. And it's time to get this out in the open. And we're going to have professionals. It's going to be a real hearing. We're not going to bring in a flying saucer, a little green man talking about getting probed by somebody. This is going to be the...
Wow. You've seen this before. This is not every. So keep in mind, not everybody's seen this, and I have to. Ironically, there's a lot of things happening in the background right now with me. I got to do this email real quick, guys. So I'm terribly sorry, but I'm gonna comment on this in just a moment.
The real deal. And now you're seeing the Pentagon seeing that the American public is showing some interest, and over half the American public believes in something else out there. And now the Pentagon is looking for money, and they'll ask for a few $1 billion to study it. And we don't need to give them any more money. They lose over $1 billion a year in their audits. They have not passed an audit in the history of auditing the Pentagon. You can't name me another institution up here that literally loses over $1 billion. Department of Defense, 60% of their assets are unaccounted for. If that was a business, or they'd be in jail, and they should be. And so I just want the files, turn loose of the files, the unredacted files, the photographs, the film. Let the American public see it. Let them see some of the things that I...
Platonic Zombie, hold on. I'll pull it up we will pull it up right after this. I want to get through this, though. Not all of it, probably not all of it, but I want to get through this video. Because there is some information on here that's going to be really... I think it's going to be useful.
I've seen in private, and let them make up their own mind.
You were quoted, I think, talking to maybe one of the networks, I think it was a week or so ago, saying something to the effect of, you have seen video that I think is classified at this point, that you said, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that the American public is not ready to see yet. They're ready to comprehend.
I was being facetious. The American, that's what they think. That's their arrogance, that the American public is not ready to see this.
I'm telling you, Platonic Zombie, the American people isn't ready. The American people isn't ready. The American people are not ready, which is why they're trying to do this in a controlled way. It's in the amendment that there's a planned disclosure.
But I think Tim Burchett thinks that the American public needs to see this stuff, and they need to see more of it. This should open the floodgates, and I believe it will.
I know you're very good at speaking candidly, and I'm curious if you do so here. What are we talking about in terms of what we're seeing, what you have seen with your own two eyes in terms of being a part of these groups and there in DC? What kind of footage are you seeing with your own eyes that you think more people need to see?
Well, it's funny. I've seen some things pretty incredible. I've had people literally come to my house that were afraid of retaliation to show me things. But it's what I haven't seen. You know, I went down to Florida. I was supposed to be briefed.
Sasquatch, you ready to get them cheeks clapped? Come on, man. What's up? Hit me up on Discord if you want to. If you want to go there, we can go there.
Representative Luna and Representative Gates are both from Florida. You're supposed to be briefed down there at the base in a skiff, a secure thing. You gotta take your cell phones off. You can't take a Fitbit. I don't wear a Fitbit. You can't take any electronic devices in for fear of recording or whatever, or some sort of sabotage. It's exactly like when you go see the President of the United States. You put everything and lock it in a locker, and you keep the key. And we were told all this stuff we were gonna see, and we're gonna talk to these pilots. Well, we get down there in this meeting.
Listen to this. So he's talking about when they made an effort to go to these facilities and talk to witnesses that have had firsthand accounts, what Sasquatch and Drunk Physics are like, we need, this is what happens when they try to do that.
And we look at the synopsis of the meeting, and there's nothing over what they said and here I am flying down there. I take 2 days out of my life. I don't have much time off from up here. And they're playing this stupid game with us, the general is. And they tell us that we don't have the clearance to see that. And brother, we've got the highest clearances there are. You know, if it's out there, I'm supposed to pretty much be able to see it. And we were told we were going to talk to pilots, we were going to see footage, we were going to see all this stuff. Well, the pilots come in. I mean, they turn us away. The general sends us up to his office, and we call DC, and we make sure that the top brass understands what the heck's going on. They bring us a nice fruit tray, and we it's funny because they had microphones under the table. I mean, this is really Bush League, and we unplugged their microphones for them, and then they brought us this fruit tray, and then we go. Then we made a few phone calls, and lo and behold, they said, "We want you back down there." And the general, he's got to leave. He's got to go somewhere. And so they bring in these pilots. And there's 3 or 4 of them, I can't remember now. And you had Secret Service in the room and others. And the Secret Service was getting very nervous. And the pilots would explain, the pilots described craft that they've tailed and seen that did not match anything of any of our enemies or allies in the entire world. Now we've got footage of them doing things that defy all the laws of physics. And
well, to be fair, we're always discovering and coming to new understandings of the world, the nature of the universe, the nature of our experience here in this world, the nature of physics and so forth. It's possible that it's just physics we don't understand. It's possible for sure. No doubt in my mind. The only problem is that we don't have that technology. Like, we may have the technology, but we didn't create it, because if we did, we'd be ruling the world. I mean, seriously, guys, if any human being on this planet that is a superpower had this tech and understood it and was able to implement it at mass, game over. We got human overlords. Who needs aliens when you got human overlords? But there's not, which is why there aren't any human overlords, because we don't get how this stuff is doing what it's doing.
And so at some point they're going to have to come forth with some of this stuff. You know, and you had pilots tell me that some of these pilots have told me how they destroy the footage, because when they come back to base, you know, they're interrogated 8 hours, and so it's just it's a cat and mouse game, and you've got a really compartmentalized government that has passed some of this information on to business, and here we are trying to have these hearings in NASA. We've called NASA in, and guess what?
Oh, by the way,
what? This week they backed out.
You hear that? Do you hear that? NASA was supposed to be a part of the hearing on the 26th. They were like, yeah, we changed our minds. Again, is it just me, or does it feel like there's bombshell after bombshell after bombshell after bombshell?
We had a witness tell us they couldn't come because they were getting pressure from the Pentagon. Now,
not the White House, the Pentagon.
Either they exist or they don't exist. I put an amendment in on the FAA reauthorization that said that if a commercial pilot comes across something that they can identify in the air, they are it's supposed to report, and the footage is supposed to be reported to Congress. The Intelligence Committee blocked that bill.
Do you hear that? The Pentagon, the Intelligence Committee, and the Department of Defense are all against disclosure.
We were told the intelligence community, and I'm not, it's the industrial war complex, these war pimps that we have up here in Washington, they want to control everything and anything that has to do with the dollar.
And again, my question to the community here is the same as it always is. Do you really think, because the whole fear-mongering thing, right? The fear-mongering take on this, the misinformation take, like, the government is not a monolith, clearly. I thought you might think they are, but if this doesn't tell you that the government is not a monolith, the intelligence community, the IC, the DOD, the Pentagon, they're like all separate from the White House. The people that allegedly decide what happens with the rest of us in our daily lives. They're different? What's up with that?
And so we're just going to keep pushing.
Let me ask you this. From the videos that you have seen, from the stories you have heard from people up in the sky, if that footage, if what people were telling you, if those videos come to light publicly for the American people to see, what do you think people's reaction would be to it?
I hope they're angry that the American, or that this government, and it's both parties, I hope they're angry that they hid this from them, because...
There we go, Timber shit. There we go, dadgummit. Both parties did this, dadgummit. The government. Yeah, the deep state is clearly real, but the deep state is trying to keep the truth from us. And these people are not a part of the deep state. So
you got to imagine if there's an energy source that these things are traveling and the speeds that they are achieving, and they're not showing the heat source. So you got to imagine if there's some sort of energy source that they could do this out in the society had a hold of. Imagine we wouldn't be having all these wars in the Middle East, because guess what? We wouldn't need the oil. We wouldn't need all this, these government programs. We wouldn't need all these people, these jobs that they're creating. We wouldn't be destroying the environment to dig up stuff. We could power the world. It's Tesla's dream, and so I would hope that, at some point we get to that point where we trust the American public, because that's really, it's about trust, it's about corruption, it's about greed, and all those things are really what runs this government.
Yeah.
They don't trust us. We don't trust them for good reason. And, the corruption of controlling this stuff is beyond belief.
I know you said you've been frustrated with what you haven't seen. If you could be candid with, what have you seen that maybe we have not? I don't know how much detail you're able to.
Tell us the truth.
I just say that I've seen some things that as they were explained to me. I was asking them how, that our pilots couldn't keep up with. I'll just leave it at that. There's things that I've seen that if it was an American, if it was a pilot inside of that, they'd be dead. They couldn't withstand the G's, and they couldn't withstand the pressure, and the ability to make those turns and without a heat signature, to me, that's beyond belief.
You think people would be surprised to see videos that you've seen, to hear stories that you've...
I think they would, brother. I really do. I think they would.
I wish I knew what that meant.
There's going to be more and more of that leaking out, and this AI, I question a lot of it now. So that's why I want to get these.
AI cannot fool a pilot's direct encounter with this phenomenon. Like I get it, the pictures and stuff, I get it, but like there are some things AI can never do. Pictures, yes, but video, AI is not at the level of being able to manipulate video evidence in order to, not even close, to do it. There can be some convincing, but like you can still tell what you, if not only for the metadata itself, that AI is being used with these videos and images.
These literally war heroes in here to talk and to tell their side of the story, because I believe the spoken word is going to be a lot more valuable than some cheap video that somebody films with a cell phone. Which, by the way, with all the footage we have, the people that were briefing the intelligence committee from the Pentagon, they couldn't even spell UFO. They were a joke. They showed a footage of to me.
Dadgummit, we've heard that joke about 15 times now, Mr. Burchett.
It was one of those metallic type hot air balloons that somebody let go, and they filmed it with a cell phone, and they couldn't even stop a 20-second video. And we're like a bunch of seals out there just, and Pavlov's dog, and they're all, oh, okay. They just took their word for it. They didn't show, and we had one of the pilots who was involved in one of the well-documented chases in the audience, but was not allowed. He wasn't even supposed to be in there. Somebody gave him their press credentials to get in, and he wasn't even allowed to testify. And it was a meeting that was open to the public. And I was told I was going to get to ask a question. I'm a United States congressman, for goodness sakes. And I eased on over to the podium about the time to ask the question, and I got a text that said, "Burchett, you can't ask any questions." And it was all.
I can't imagine. I'm under the impression that these are the people that are able to make things happen. They write legislation, they write amendments, they make laws happen, they push for, like, what happens to the American people. They help to decide this. They're part of what decides that. They are elected officials, right? They represent us. And yet they're not able to get any. I mean, they're the most powerful people in the government, some of the most powerful people in the government, but they can't get anything done with this because they're being stifled by the intelligence community. They're not even ready. Who are they to be able to do something like this? How is that possible?
All staged, and the taxpayers got hosed once again.
Let me ask you this, and I don't want to keep you much longer, and thank you for the time again. From your best perspective, and I know you've hinted at it a couple times through this conversation, but why is it you think that there is footage, there are, firsthand accounts that we don't know about? Why do you think this is not being publicly shared?
Yeah, because the arrogance, and if it's been reverse engineered, then why are they not releasing that to the general public to make our lives better?
That's another element. Platonic Zombie, to your point, it could be some of ours. But let me tell you something. I don't think that that we are splitting into 3 different objects and then merging into one and then disappearing into the nothing. That's not us. We're not Super Saiyans, guys.
And I submit to you, go back to the.
But if there are, I want to know how they did it.
Greed issue, and control and arrogance. Again, the Kennedy assassinations over 50 years ago, yet the presidents of the United States repeatedly have refused to release those files. Nobody's even alive that's in those files. The ones I've seen, so redacted, just a big old piece of Swiss cheese is what it looks like.
Big old piece of Swiss cheese.
Congressman, I'll end with this question just to make sure we're on the same page and we're not mincing any words. From what you've seen,
I believe we got somebody silenced him.
And hear you, and I was like, oh,
yeah.
Oh, wait.
It wasn't the middle finger, it was the pointing finger.
All right.
For the record.
There could be worse. And we'll end with this question. Thank you for the time again. But just to be clear, are you saying what you have seen, do you think it's something, international technology we haven't seen, or do you believe that you have seen videos of extraterrestrial life forms and UFOs?
I'm 100% convinced that it is not any of our allies or any of our enemies.
Platonic Zombie. Why do you think all of these people are saying the same thing? Gary Nolan, Tim Burchett, totally different types of, like, scientist, politician. I'm 100% convinced, with 100% certainty, they're not human.
Aircraft.
I don't know.
Did not come from this world. Either it's from our skunk works, which means it was something they recovered and they reverse engineered, or it is something extraterrestrial. I'm convinced. There's no other explanation. Because if it's the Russians, they wouldn't be battling in Ukraine. China, they would control us.
That's what I keep telling everybody. Tim Burchett, I've been saying this. I've been saying this.
Gotcha. Did I miss? I know this is a topic near and dear to your heart right now. Is there anything else?
No, it's not really near and dear to my heart. It just, I didn't create it. I mean, I didn't ask for it. It kind of just fell in my lap. And then the chairman said, well, we're putting Burchett in charge of that, because he'd heard me talk about it. So, and he's a buddy of mine in the speakers kind to me, and honestly, they've confided in me they'd like to get to the bottom of it as well.
Do you think we'll ever see it? Videos like that? Do you think there's a timeline that you could feel comfortable saying?
I think what's going to happen is somebody's going to leak something out, and I hope that they get it to you all and it gets out quick. Because, you know, here I am, the 435th most powerful member of Congress, and I'm trying to have a hearing, and people are telling me they can't testify because they are receiving pressure from the Pentagon. And the intelligence community kills my amendments.
Whoa.
So I think we're over the target, and they know it. And they're just trying to hold the flood back right now. They want to control this thing. And if what I think is getting ready to happen happens, then I don't, you know, disappear or something crazy. Just kidding.
Uh-oh.
No, but if I think from my sources, they tell me people are wanting to come forward, and this could really open the floodgates.
Gotcha. Congressman, I'm questioned out. Unless you got anything else to add, I'll let you wrap at that.
No, I just don't make me look like a complete idiot. There's a lot of people, a lot of educated people that really have contacted me that think something's going on. So thank you for asking real good questions, brother. They've been excellent, actually. So out of anybody that I've had, you've been.
Guys, Tim Burchett expressed his, in a jokingly, but I think it made him nervous. I mean, he's wiggling his chair. I think he's nervous because he is doing something. He's fighting against, these Congress people and, you know, senators and, you know, politicians they're fighting against Goliath. I think they should. I mean, I get the fear. I get why they're scared. I don't doubt for a second. That there's something, I don't know, there's something worth. It can't just be technology, though. In my mind, there's no way that this can be just, they're just hiding unlimited energy. Nah, dude. There's got to be something bigger than that. And I guess we'll see. So, you know, I just get the impression that something big is coming. I'm not saying like an alien invasion. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like something, like, I don't know, some kind of event. Ryan Graves, David Fravor, Grush, I got it. Yeah. Everybody knows you're not the you're not the one who told us about it. Just so you know. Just so you know. Just so you understand. I've got so many things there's so many different things I've gotten. I can't go over every single piece of data that we've got in the last 24 hours, but I did want to get over the bulk of it. And honestly, those two videos that we just watched are the most important ones so far. There's a couple of articles that I found that were pretty interesting, but for the most part, it's just important that we're here. Now, I don't want to ignore News Nation's coverage of this, so let's just take a look at this real quick, and then we'll talk about it.
I'm going to bring in our Joe Khalil. We've had passionate news conferences,
all hour
testimonials, and the latest on this UFO press conference. Joe, you were there.
Yeah, so a couple of things stood out right away that were important. Number one, we got the witness list for who is going to be testifying at this unprecedented UAP hearing. And so those are going to be David Grush. Our viewers are very familiar with him. Ryan Graves and also David Fravor. Both of those two are actually pilots who have had experiences that have been documented as it relates to UAPs. So
I keep kind of fawning over the fact that these videos, just so you see, the videos in the background they're new. Not like today new, but I mean in recent history. Those are new videos that I haven't come across yet. Some of them I haven't come across.
It'll be interesting to hear from them. I thought the big takeaways also from what we heard just...
Like those discs? Guys, that's not us, man. You can believe what you want to, but there's no freaking way that those three rotating morphing discs are us. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that, guys. That's something else. Something that's far more bizarre than secret military programs. Why would the military build a craft that morphs and changes shape? What's the point of that? What's the purpose of that? But a civil being or an intelligence that has far greater capabilities than us, maybe they have a purpose. Maybe that's just a function of their technology. But us, no. I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Typical Skeptic Podcast, UFO, Paranormal, PSI, what's up? Selena Ingles, what's up on YouTube? YouTube is Derek. Derek has just sent a bunch of people over to the YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Derek Galloway. You are the man. I appreciate that. Guys, listen. It's not just us.
Now are that I actually asked the question, are there better visuals out there? Pictures, images, clear quality videos? The answer I got from Congressman Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna were yes, they do exist. The Pentagon has those, and they should release them. Now, I asked, are we going to see any of that at this upcoming hearing next week? I think that's what a lot of Americans want to see, is sort of any physical evidence of the claims that we've been hearing from David Grush and others. The answer that I got was maybe.
Oh, man. So, a part of me wants to be frustrated, right? You guys remember the rant that I went over earlier in the cast today. A part of me wants to be frustrated with the fact that they're do I believe in magic? In a young girl's heart. Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart. Why did I do that? Platonic Zombie, look what you did to me. I'm sitting here thinking of Backstreet Boys now. Playing games with my heart. A part of me wants to be frustrated with the fact that we probably won't get a lot of explicit data in the upcoming hearing. But another part of me, again, I do understand, per my previous rant, that there is a process, that they're fighting against a Goliath. And all I want you to do, those listening, is understand that they are fighting against a Goliath, an 80-year-old Goliath. And if you guys want to get woo, does anybody want to get woo here? Some of these people might not even be human, guys. This is crazy. I feel stupid saying this. Guys, there are allegations, and I'm not sold on this, by the way. I'm just throwing this out there because I can't. I have no data on this at all. I don't got nothing on this. I mean, I've heard stories and stuff like that, but there are allegations, and it's from some interesting people, that there is a non-human intelligence that's here in our society, in positions of power, directing human civilization towards their own aims. I mean, it might not just be people blocking this effort from coming forth. It might be them. I'm just saying.
So I guess TBD on that. The point that these lawmakers, though,
to be determined,
we're trying to make, I think, is they have been for a long time wanting to get this hearing planned, on the schedule, and made public. They finally have their chance now. And the thing they kept hammering
again, what would be the purpose of the United States military hovering over a suburban freaking neighborhood where people are outside grilling and having like family? What would be, kids are playing? What's the purpose? Hey everybody, it's me, United States government, using our super secret space technology, hovering over this suburban neighborhood just because, hey, what's up? Just want to say hi. Hello. Why are we performing in these weird ways with these weird configurations and morphing into, I don't know, because we like it. What's the purpose? That's not us. Someone is observing humanity. Somebody is observing humanity. This world. They're hovering over, who is it? Why are you in a middle-class neighborhood just looking at people? Just flying around looking at people. Why? That ain't us.
Over and over is that in the past there have been hearings that are sort of about UAPs. But the witnesses who've spoken at those have been limited in what they were allowed to say. The visuals that I've just described were not a part of those hearings to a great extent. And so now these lawmakers are saying that's going to change.
All right, well, we'll see the change. Now, there's a secret invasion of Skrulls. Why not? Platonic Zombie. If you guys aren't watching the Secret Invasion on Disney Plus, watch it. Typical Skeptic. From what Stephen Bassett says, this is on YouTube. This is a commentator on YouTube. Typical Skeptic says, from what Stephen Bassett said, his hearing is a big deal. This hearing is a big deal. He said it's not the end game, but it's a step. It's a big step. He also said it depends if any whistleblowers show up. I don't know what I think personally. So used to the government giving us nothing. I mean, yeah, it is a good. All right, I wonder about that. Maybe they're bored and want to get out of the house, bro. I am not of the persuasion of the friendly neighborhood alien. Okay, not that there are enemies at all. That's also not my persuasion. At least not exactly. I think that at least one of these races, one of these civilizations is not our friend. Is not our friend. At least one of them. Because we've been told by Phil Schneider didn't say they were here to hang out and observe us cooking dinner and eating steaks, all right? Grilled steaks. They weren't at that barbecue. But I'm just saying, like, you don't like, hey, what's up, Earthlings? Oh, you have these military exercises that your pilots could die if we mess with you? Let's go mess with them. Nah. Back in the 70s and 80s, I think even as far back as the 60s, pilots were getting into collisions. Their craft were being crashed by these things. They would see these discs in like hovering around their craft and maneuvering. There's this one example of a pilot freaking out. Like, dude, this isn't a craft. I don't know what this thing is. It's not a plane. I don't know what it is. And he's like, I gotta engage. Or something like that. And then all of a sudden you hear this metal hearing, and he's dead. He's gone. That's not a friend. And if you think that these things are like, oh, I've never seen a plane before. What's this? I'm gonna curiously just fly around without knowing. Get your head out of the sand. All right, get your head out of the sand. They feed off us. Ooh, Selena. I think I have a kindred spirit here. Selena is speaking to my heart. With what else is happening in the world at the moment, I would not be surprised if those in power have been infiltrated somehow. We watched on Twitch here. We did a watch party where we watched the movie Arrival. The Arrival, which is an older movie where, Charlie Sheen, I think, was the one who was a main character, was like fighting against a race of aliens that looks like us, or they can transform into us, but they have an underground base at a facility outside of the United States where they're pushing for like towards climate change that terraforms the planet into a more livable state for them, but destroys humanity. Who knows, guys? Who knows?
All of the witnesses that will come forward, they will be free to speak their minds. They talked about the pressure that a lot of witnesses, as it relates to UAPs and whistleblowers, are under. They say that they are limited, oftentimes pressured out of coming forward and testifying and sharing their stories. They say this is certainly going to be a different case. So they really teed up this hearing next week to spark the interest of the public, if you will. They talked about how there is sort of fascination with this topic among the general public, but that oftentimes it's not taken seriously as an issue. And they
listen, we can go back to look at the NASA hearings. Bart Simpson. I saw Bart Simpson once, thought it was a UFO. That's kind of what we're dealing with here. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, you guys gonna have a hearing on UAP again? Yeah, we're gonna back out of that. What? Meanwhile, whistleblowers are being threatened not to talk or else. Meanwhile, Congress is being blocked from even viewing the data at these military facilities. Meanwhile, generals are telling Congress people, get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. It's not your lawn. It's the taxpayer's lawn. Guys, something is amiss here.
Say that they see it as a national security threat, that we're simply not being told about what the government knows on these things. They want to provide some insight. So we'll see next week, guys.
Yeah, next Wednesday is going to just be fascinating to watch. And Tim Burchett, I mean, you heard him.
He was amazing.
He didn't.
Tim Burchett. No, Luna. Luna was awesome. Like, fanboying right here. Okay? Fanboying. I'm saying I respect the heck out of that woman. She was killing it. I mean, in my mind, she was the best presence in that C-SPAN conference today. But yes, Tim Burchett is definitely leading the charge when it comes to getting this stuff out there broadly. But I would love to hear more from Luna, because her presence, her conversation, her statements were ironclad.
Mince words, and he said they either exist or they don't. Is it foreign? Is it extraterrestrial? Or do they not exist?
Yeah, no nonsense.
Hopefully next week we learn a little bit more, and that changes something. But to Joe's point, Americans are ready for the visual evidence.
Hardcore proof. Thank you so much, Joe.
This reminds me of Diamond and Silk. That's right. I'm sorry. That's wrong. I shouldn't have said that. That was mean. I respect both these women. And by the way, great job that they're reporting on this, because New York Times, barely. CNN, nothing. MSNBC, they're worried about whether Donald Trump farted today, whether he sharded or farted. They don't know. Like, this is where we need to be. Let me see. Should I worry about who sharded today, or should I worry about the greatest story in human freaking history? My name is CNN and MSNBC and Fox News and all these other stations. They don't care. They don't want to be part of this.
I think a lot of Americans.
Or somebody told them not to say a word, which is probably more likely. Guys, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. I am. Let's look at his. Let's take a moment here. This is important to look back a little bit. All right, Platonic Zombie. I'm going to pull up Platonic Zombie's video. We're going to watch that, okay? One sec, Platonic Zombie. One sec. We're going to pull that up because you recommended it. It's going to be good. We're going to watch it together. And I'm going to react in real time. I've never watched it before. So I'm reacting to Platonic Zombie's video for the first time. And if you guys are on my Discord, if it's good data, I will look at that data on live and react to it on live. So be a part of the conversation. Join in, and I'll talk about stuff that you guys send me.
More information. They're ready for it. They can handle it. And they need and deserve to know it. Whether it's the president personally, he can't go on national TV every evening, but the Congress has an obligation as well to inform the American people. The American people should be given more information.
Again, old news. But given that he's making these statements together, I think we better start paying attention. All right. Hold on 1 second. I'm happy to argue. All right, so after we watch this, I'm gonna bring Sasquatch on. Just give me a sec. 1 sec, guys. Okay, I got it. I thought maybe I did see this. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see.
The United States and
now keep in mind, this is a massive channel, so I have to do the 30-second pauses with commentary to avoid copyright issues. Keep that in mind. All right. Here we go. Oh crap! Hold on, I gotta let me actually pull this up on my, because I have a YouTube subscription, so I want to get this on the right channel.
the United States and
I don't want to have to watch I don't want you guys to have to watch commercials, so let's do this.
other nations are involved in a secret arms race involving recovered alien technology. And before you laugh this video off as another conspiracy theory tall tale, you should know that this time, the source is one of the most credible to ever step forward. UFOs, or UAPs like the cool kids call them, are real. There's no longer any debate on the phenomenon. Any skepticism to their existence is only an excuse to reconcile one's own worldview with the emotionally uncomfortable conclusion that something is flying around in our skies.
All right, so again, copyright strikes for 30 seconds of the video, and then commentary to avoid copyright. Okay, guys, I really appreciate that you guys really enjoy hearing me talk about this stuff. So thank you again. Great feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
What exactly this something is, however, is still up for debate. The U.S. government's official investigation into the phenomenon has reached its highest level yet, with multiple open and closed-door briefings to the U.S. Congress. In July 2022, the Defense Department kickstarted a new and very serious investigation into the UAP/UFO phenomenon with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. The stated goal of this new investigation is to resolve what UAPs are.
Actually, the stated goal, as per Sean Kirkpatrick, is to hurry up and get this information solved, this data solved, so I don't have to do this anymore and can punt it off to somebody else. Just to be clear, Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, does not want to have to engage with this phenomenon. He wants to pawn this off. He explicitly said it during a press conference. This is, I get it, I understand. They're trying, but for the video, I get why they said that, but he is not for transparency.
Who is behind them, and if they pose any threat to national security. The last publicly known investigation into the matter, Project Blue Book, was initiated in March 1952 and ran until December 1969. It too was launched in response to a rising number of UFO reports and evolved from Project Sign, set up in 1947. With fears of war and with the communists on the rise, so too were fears of Russian Wunderwaffe. But the rising reports of seemingly extraterrestrial encounters grew to a slowly smoldering panic that the government felt pressure to address. Many people already feared a Soviet...
Whoa. Okay, this is really good. Actually, dude, Platonic Zombie, great. That's great. So, wow. You guys must have missed that, but that's kind of this is part of why they kept this information secret. Because they were experiencing these alleged encounters with these flying discs before, during the conflict with the Soviet Union. This is really good information.
Nuclear attack, and the government also feared the Soviets could somehow exploit the UFO craze to deliver a sneak-first strike against the U.S. The investigation looked at thousands of UFO reports from civilian and military sources, though it was the military reports that the investigation staff was most interested in.
Yeah, so, and this is what I think is probably this is why I think it's concerning, because even today, the military, and this is why Commander David Fravor and Ryan Graves are talking, as well as David Grush, because you have one that's a part of the intelligence apparatus that can tell you about a lot of things. Then you have two that are a part of the direct eyewitness accounts that can hopefully tell us more than what they've told us before, but that can, again, at the very least, they can re-up on what they've said, to solidify the reality of this phenomena engaging with pilots. That's the thing. And by the way, there was a lot they couldn't say. There is so much that Ryan Graves and David Fravor could not say. I'm hoping that changes during this hearing next week.
In 1969, the entire effort was summed up in what would come to be known as the infamous Condon Report,
which is a report that essentially said there's nothing to see here, folks.
Which concluded that UFOs were not worth further study. The Condon Report highlighted the following key findings. Number 1. No UFO reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force was ever an indication of a threat to our national security. Number 2.
The irony in the contrast from what they said before during the Condon Report to what they've said recently, which is that UAPs pose a threat to national security. And flight aviation safety and stuff like that.
Number 2. There was no evidence submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represented technological developments or principles beyond the range of modern scientific knowledge. And number 3.
Oh, that is a mother-freaking lie. Oh my gosh, that was a lie. So they just like talk around the truth. They just lied. Period. Not him, but the government, obviously.
There was no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified were extraterrestrial vehicles. However, the report met with immediate controversy after it was discovered that the scientist in charge of the investigation, physicist Edward Condon, had joked about the UFO phenomenon being all a flap.
And this is the man that essentially was responsible for the report itself. Guys, you want to talk about misinformation and psyops? There it is. But it was done by a man who didn't believe versus somebody who just wants to deceive people. He didn't believe it.
He wasn't supposed to reach that conclusion until the end of the formal investigation. This seriously undermined Condon's credibility as an academic, as it was clear he was biased and not acting on scientific principles during the investigation. Further criticism arose in 1967 from a memo leaked where one of the investigators assured colleagues that they could expect the study to conclude that UFO observations had no basis in reality. The formal
which is a lie.
Investigation into UFOs was biased from the start. J. Allen Hynek, an astronomer hired by the Air Force to investigate UFOs starting with Project Sign, had initially been deeply skeptical of the phenomenon, until the evidence changed his mind.
Yeah, Project Sign, Project Blue Book, and then Project Grudge. I think that's how that went, by the way. But it's ironic, at least to me, that a genuine scientist and skeptic turns a new leaf when he starts investigating the phenomena. Contradicts, and this was back, guys, this was in the 60s.
He called the report unscientific and avoidant of the inevitable conclusion that there were still a significant number of UFO encounters that could not be explained. Over 700, in fact. The official investigation into UFOs was shuttered, but it seems the official government interest in the phenomenon continued. Despite this, a culture of ridicule has pervaded the topic and been extremely useful for silencing witnesses. And
that is what's happening even to this. Like today, we're witnessing in real time the effort to silence witnesses. We're witnessing it in real time. The ridicule. It's Bart Simpson. I saw a UFO once. It was actually just Bart Simpson. Ha ha ha. Who are you? Oh, my name is, I don't know, NASA scientist. Guys, we know what they're doing.
And only now, with U.S. supremacy challenged by the rising power of China, is that culture being retracted. According to the official UAP investigation, this culture of ridicule has actively hampered efforts to investigate UAPs as pilots and other witnesses are intimidated into remaining quiet. Given that some of these
again, which is happening now. If there's nothing to see here, why are they silencing witnesses? Yeah, Drunk Physics. You and Platonic Zombie sent this to me, but Platonic Zombie wanted me to put this up on live, so I'm just now reacting to this for the first time.
UAPs could represent advanced foreign adversary threats, the U.S. military has done a full 180 on its protocols on reporting UFOs and UAPs, with the Navy and Air Force both issuing new guidelines to their aviators and encouraging them to come forward. The new
Well, that's not entirely true. Just for context, because again, I really appreciate the graphic. It's really good. It's very well done. And by the way, freaking awesome channel on YouTube. Lots of fun to watch this stuff. But for the sake of accuracy and truthfulness, Arrow is not... They're not making an actual honest and genuine effort to investigate the phenomena. They're trying to dismiss it as best as possible. Again, Sean Kirkpatrick made it explicitly clear that's what his intention is to do. To just dismiss it.
Investigation into UAPs, AARO, is yielding reams of data, though much of it remains classified. However, it is now...
And again, I have to talk about this one part, because Arrow and NASA have only made an effort to study the unclassified data. Think about the dynamic here. Let's look at this Rubik's Cube, okay? You've got Arrow, the director of which does not care about the UFO phenomena and wants to get rid of it as fast as he possibly can. Dismissing witnesses who come forward and tell him about the phenomena. And by the way, they tell him about literally coming face to face with non-human intelligences. That is what Arrow was told. They were given first-hand witness testimony of people encountering the phenomena, and the beings themselves dismissed it. This is according to the witnesses, whistleblowers, who've come forward. Military witnesses, by the way, honorable military witnesses. They are not interested in truth. Then you got the DOD saying, well, Arrow doesn't need the classified data, even though that's where all of the explicit data is. Arrow doesn't need it. Guys, this is such a cluster, you know what, when it comes to truth and transparency. None of these organizations and institutions are going to help us get to the truth. Now, what Congress people and the Senate and all these people are doing within the government, that's real. That's progress. That is a real effort, a concerted effort to do something about this, getting the truth out to the people.
Known that UAPs have been detected by U.S. military forces in the air, on the land, and even under the sea. Fears of an advanced foreign threat or a leapfrog technology that could render the U.S. vulnerable to attack are partly driving this new investigation. But so is a serious and growing concern for the safety of American civil and military aircraft, given many near misses reported. So far, the investigation has mirrored Project Blue Book, with the vast majority of cases being identified and explained as man-made or a natural phenomenon.
Okay, to be fair, the very first report, it was literally 51% of the cases. I think it was 51% versus 49, which means that that's not a vast majority of cases explained. And by the way, originally, Arrow claimed they were not going to be investigating they're not going to be investigating anything that's not like the phenomena. They're not going to look at balloons. They're going to exclude that data from the reports. Do you have, guys, ladies and gentlemen, what they actually did was they only focused on the dismissible evidence. For example, when they did the report, the first report, they were like, oh, we got 300 and some cases or whatever, 51% of them are anomalous, or 49% of them are anomalous, 51% are not. But let's focus on the things that are not anomalous, because they're usually this, so it's probably just nothing anyway. That's exactly what Arrow did.
However, there remains a disturbing amount of unresolved incidents. However, there's no indication yet that UAPs are alien in origin, though the AARO has confirmed that some of these unknown objects were physical in nature. We could simply just be dealing with an unknown force of nature we've yet to understand. But one whistleblower has come forward with a bombshell of a story, and he might be the most credible whistleblower to date. David Grush served with the U.S. Air Force before separating and taking a job with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, then transitioning to the National Reconnaissance Office. At the NRO, Grush served as Senior Intelligence Capabilities Interrogation Officer, where he worked as the NRO's senior most technical advisor for unidentified aerial phenomenon analysis transmedium issue.
Guys, this is kind of the point that I was like, when it comes to David Grush, I really feel like, and I like how this graphic is pointing out his history, his involvement in these different technological institutions that are observing our space, because that, I think, is the most important aspect of like whether or not what he says is credible. Should we take it into consideration? Well, think about who he's worked for.
At least according to him. He was also the NRO's representative to the official UAP investigation between 2019 and 2021.
Which is a very important thing to point out. He gave information to Sean Kirkpatrick about these UAP, about non-human intelligence, and the like, and Sean Kirkpatrick ignored him, which is why he left Arrow and went straight to the American people on Newsmax with Ross Coldhart.
After that, he transitioned back to the NGA, but continued working on UAPs alongside the official UAP investigation and the NGA's own efforts in the area. Now comes the bombshell. According to Grush, the U.S. military has been actively—
It's Grush! Dagnabbit!
recovering debris from UFOs for decades, starting in the post-World War II era. Even more incredibly, the
1933. By the way, the Vatican knows. The Vatican knows. That's what he said. The Vatican is well aware. The Vatican had UFOs in their possession. You mean to tell me that... Oh, I got to be careful what I say. There's YouTube. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that was a close one. You mean to tell me that the organization that is close to fondling young men has known about aliens for all this time, has accepted the reality that we're not alone, and hasn't said a word? Well, they have said, aside from naming their satellite or telescopes Lucifer, they have said something about that there may be life out there, and they accept that, and they could be baptized too. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm sure they would love to go to your organization, especially the young ones, and have you do the things that you say you're good. YouTube, I got to be careful.
U.S. has recovered fully intact vehicles. When asked about pilots, he commented cryptically that when dealing with vehicles designed to carry beings, that sometimes those beings were still inside of them at the time of recovery. But the U.S. isn't alone in the effort, as according to Grush, multiple countries have been involved in attempts to recover crashed alien craft. Apparently the U.S. has been the most successful, however. That's probably a good thing, though we imagine Russia would still manage to bungle the Ukraine invasion even if it was armed with Imperial Star Destroyer.
Okay, so I don't Star Destroyer. That's kind of a, I get the joking, I get it. But honestly, the thing that I see is that you know, if Russia and China, which I think they do have this tech, they have the craft, they don't know what to do with it, guys. It doesn't have, again, we're talking about something that creates these things from at an atomic level. They manipulate isotopes. You're not going to be able to back engineer that.
Mostly because the conscripts would have stripped it of copper for vodka money. The government's been keeping this crash retrieval process a secret from even Congress itself. It accomplishes this by hiding recovery efforts within multiple agencies involved in UAP activities and the use of secret access programs. Basically, the U.S. government avoids congressional accountability by hiding agencies tasked with recovering UAPs within other agencies, sort of like Russian nesting dolls. Given that
I think they stole that idea from me. Just kidding, they didn't. But I said that before. I said it's like those Russian doll things. I didn't know what they were called. That you put in, you know, they just keep getting smaller and smaller. You're like, what the heck? That's what I said. Long time ago. That's how they do this.
Secret special access programs have incredibly limited oversight already, even at the highest levels of power. It would be easy to hide these efforts from Congress. Efforts to build the B-2 was at one point part of a special access program. And
all right, let's take a look at this. Does that thing have wings? Rhetorical question. Yes. Is it aerodynamic? Rhetorical question. Yes. Does it have flight characteristics that are completely unknown to man? The rhetorical question. The answer is no. We are well aware of wings and craft that are just aerodynamically enhanced throughout human history. That is not alien. That does not mean, oh, we look at the triangle. We reverse engineered it. It ain't taking off into outer space with producing 500 Gs. Don't be that person.
And this classification is reserved only for the absolutely most critical of U.S. secrets. Grush claims that the world is involved in a silent arms race to exploit and develop new technologies based off of crashed alien junk. The U.S. enjoys the efforts of allies and defense contractors in its attempt to retrieve these downed craft, and one can hope that if what Grush says is true, NATO is at least in the lead when it comes to fielding alien-inspired doomsday weapons. Grush, however...
Well... The only thing that I will say is this, because I think the one thing that they didn't mention is the fact that Grush said that they also have fully intact craft that these things have abandoned. I can't imagine what that means. On the one hand, maybe it's maybe they dug up. Elizondo joked about, if you went into a pyramid and you found in King Tut's tomb a fully intact 747 or whatever, then you would wonder how the heck it got there. You're talking about a 1,000-year-old structure, whatever. How to get there? Yeah. So, what I think it's more like Bob Lazar's archaeological dig thing, or they gave us a craft.
Cannot offer any details on these craft of their occupants because, by his own admission, he's never even seen one himself. Instead, Grush says that he became a whistleblower because of the ongoing litany of wrongdoing by people involved in these crash retrieval efforts. Per Grush, he was approached by individuals involved in the UAP efforts who disclosed concerns over things such as contracting against federal acquisition regulations, the suppression of information across industrial base and academia, and other unspecified criminalities. With mounting concerns over the illegalities and violations of federal law taking place within the retrieval efforts, Grush says that he directly approached Congress to warn it of what he called a, quote, publicly unknown Cold War for recovered and exploited physical material, a competition with near-peer adversaries over the years to identify UAP crash landings and retrieve the material for exploitation or reverse engineering to garner asymmetric national defense advantages.
Well, that was a mouthful. Well, there are also allegations that we have used the technology to reverse engineer some aspects of it to improve technologies within the civilian population. So consumer technology is essentially what we're talking about. It's that stuff. It could be cell phones. It could be, I don't know, the transistor. Who knows? Silicon, chips. It could be a lot of things that we reverse engineered from this tech. Allegedly, Velcro. If you ever read the book, The Day After Roswell, that's the kind of stuff they're talking about. But I do not believe at all. I have no reason to believe that they're building these morphing, transforming vehicles that split off into multiple pieces and merge into one and then disappear into the nothing. Like they collapse in on themselves like a freaking. I don't believe that at all. It's just ridiculous. But some of it, yes.
How Congress took this news is unknown, but what is known is that what actually happened next directly led to Grush deciding to become a whistleblower. And for once, we have a real paper trail to verify at least part of Grush's story. After bringing the retrieval efforts to Congress, Grush claims that he was the target of a harassment and retaliation campaign perpetrated by individuals inside the DoD involved with these special access programs. In May 2022, the harassment became significant enough that Grush filed a complaint of reprisal with the Inspector General of the intelligence community in May 2022. Here's where the story takes a significant twist from just another conspiracy theory to a very real possibility that Grush is...
Yeah, before we do that, hold on.
...is telling the truth.
Okay. This is probably one of the most important parts of the video, in my opinion. Because why would we take him seriously? Why is this important to listen to? Why should we trust anything he has to say? I hope they do justice to this. They've done well so far. I hope they do justice to this. We'll see. Valiant Thor, rock on, brother. Valiant Thor's on YouTube, by the way, in case you guys are, wondering why I said that. Valiant. There is something to be said about the fact that these people are being scared into hiding, essentially. They're being scared into suppressing this information and what they know. That means that there's something they have that these people, the DoD, the Pentagon, whoever these people are, the generals in the Air Force, do not want them to know.
Grush's background has been largely confirmed via several paper trails linking him to various agencies he claimed to work for. Grush is mentioned in multiple DoD publications starting in 2011, and multiple sources have confirmed Grush's credentials and story to the journalists who first published his claims, Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean, the authors of the...
Whoop, my fam. Keeping it 100, Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal.
Original 2017 New York Times expose that revealed the then secret UAP investigation. However, the sources confirming Grush's story have remained anonymous in order to protect their identities, yet retired Army Colonel Carl Nell was quick to come forward to vouch for Grush's character and his credibility. now would make his own explosive revelation in defense of Grush, stating his assertion concerning the existence of a terrestrial arms race occurring sub rosa over the past 80 years, focused on reverse engineering technologies of unknown origins, is fundamentally correct, as is the indisputable realization that at least some of these technologies of unknown origin derive from non-human intelligence. But even more incredibly, we have confirmation that Grush really did file the complaint to the Inspector General of the intelligence community, and their conclusion 1 month later that his complaint was discovered to be, quote, credible and urgent. And unlike other whistleblowers, Grush did not come forward alone. He hired the Compass Rose legal group to represent him as he broke the story, and is represented by Charles McCullough III, who just so happens to himself be a former Inspector General of the intelligence community.
This is a bombshell video. This is where it really gets... Okay, Platonic Zombie and Drunk Physics, I should have... Yeah, this is at a biblical level. Garioki well said, this is huge. This is huge. I appreciate very much that this channel has made this video and respected the reality of this phenomena and the process of the men have and women who have come forward to talk about, to essentially risk their careers or life to talk about this to the American people, to the public, to the world. This is a really great video.
Serving in 2011. Grush is likely to be the single most credible whistleblower on the UFO phenomenon to ever come forward. Not just because of his credentials, but the paper trail to back up at least some of his claims. And people are taking note. The House Oversight Committee is even now planning a hearing on UFOs based off Grush's allegations, with the intent of discovering if the Pentagon is indeed keeping secrets from Congress. Per Oversight Committee spokesman Austin Hacker, in addition to recent claims by a whistleblower, reports continue to surface regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena. The House Oversight Committee is following these UAP reports and is in the early stages of planning a hearing. Grush's story is causing serious ripples across the Department of Defense and American culture itself, but it's still in the very early breaking stages, and by the time you see this video, there could be even more explosive revelations. However, it's important to remember that Grush has no physical evidence of any of his claims, and
okay, that's not true, because he has provided evidence to members of Congress, to people that have been cleared to see this in a private setting, per the allowance of the acting inspector general of the intelligence community. Like, the acting inspector general gave, because these claims were considered credible and urgent, he allowed Grush to present evidence to members of Congress. So that's not entirely true.
And one cannot dispel the possibility that this is all a very elaborate and well-built ruse. U.S. intelligence has long used UFO reports as a cover for top-secret programs.
Again, this is an aerodynamic vehicle. Yes, they can say it's UFO because people don't know about what UFOs actually look like and do, but you ain't gonna be able to fake no disc-shaped craft with no visible means of propulsion, no heat signature, and traveling instantaneously through water, through the air and space, all at the same. Like, you're not getting that. You're not getting that. That's so different.
Programs such as the F-117 and the B-2 bomber. It's also an incredibly imaginative community. During the Cold War, the CIA faked a series of vampire attacks in the Philippines.
Oh my gosh.
In order to scare communist guerrillas, and by all accounts, the effort paid off in spades. So, during a time of rising tensions with China, a near-peer competitor, it's not a stretch to imagine a world where the US government purposefully fabricates a very believable story about recovered alien technology. Grush could be telling the truth, but he also could be a misinformation agent involved in one hell of a ruse. To see the value of such a ruse, try to imagine yourself in China's shoes as very credible news of, quote, multiple nations recovering UFOs and reverse engineering their technology come to light. Imagine that as China when you...
Yeah, Valiant Thor, for as long as there has been media, government topic has been met with skepticism, but the same people that wanted us to think it was bollocks. Where are you from, Valiant Thor? Bollocks. Where are you from, Valiant Thor? Bollocks is not a term that I haven't heard that term often at all. Only in the movies. So that's interesting.
Look at your own hangars. There's not a single crashed UFO in sight. Suddenly, the fear of the U.S. wielding hyper-advanced weaponry based off recovered alien technology is very real, and you might end up rethinking your approach to international conflicts with America. However, to play devil's advocate, we also have to ask just how many more very well-placed and very credible individuals have come forward before we start accepting that there may be more truth than fable to stories of the U.S. recovering crashed alien craft. Now, bow before your alien YouTube overlords by clicking on Military Can't Explain These.
All right, he made a joke out of it. Yeah, but this video was for educational purposes. My viewing and commentary was just to give you guys educational and a little bit of infotainment. Please follow the YouTube channel Infographic Show on YouTube. They have 13.3 million followers, and they're a great YouTube channel. Thank you very much. So now we're gonna move on to a conversation. One sec, guys and gals. Drunk Physics, are you ready? You ready to jump on? Drunk Physics. I'm gonna, one second, guys. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna talk to Drunk Physics. Hello. Hello. Drunk Physics. I mean, shoot, Sasquatch. Drunk Physics, that's funny. Sasquatch, you here? I can't hear you. You're muted or something. I see you in Discord, but you're muted. We'll get him in here in a second here, guys. So there was our he's a Brit from Australia. Like this. Thank you so much, Valiant Thor. I appreciate you watching from Los Alamos National Laboratory, Isotope Production Facility. I can't stand this guy. Valiant Thor is watching from a Los Alamos National Laboratory, an isotope production facility. Well, thank you for joining us. If you would like to reveal any secrets that the government holds, please let us know in the chat. If you would like to present it to me on a DM, hit me up on Discord at Dimensions of Reality, because I will keep your secrets. For sure. Thank you for the sub, my friend. I appreciate you. That's funny. So, what? Yeah, we just got done watching the infographic about the David Grush pretty much situation and UAP, the state of UAP disclosure, kind of. It was a very general overview of mostly. I can't even hear your voice. Let me pull you up again. I see you. I can see you. I can't hear you. Hold on. Yeah. I gotta turn you up. Hold on one second. Yeah, Sasquatch, I can see you. You say you can hear me, but I can't hear anything, my dude. Oh yeah. Like nothing, dude. Nothing at all. All right, guys, listen. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Try to, Sasquatch. Try to get that. I don't know what's going on, dude. Let me call you right back then. We'll see if I disconnect and reconnect. See if that works. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this again. Sasquatch, I'm about to hit you back up. See if that works, okay? Try it now. Come on, Sasquatch, let's do this. Alright, chat. Aliens are here. They walk among us. Some of which may be your neighbor. Nothing. I see you. It's not me, I'm telling you. This happens every time. Check your settings. Alright, hold on. Let me see here. Settings. Settings. Devices. No, not device. What would video and audio? So all of my audio is great. Input. Can you have any issues with me? No, you're good with me. I got you. Right now we're checking. Check this out. I don't see any issues here, dude. Let me see if I hover over your user's volume is maxed. Turns your volume up. It's not muted. Everything is on. Yeah, on my end, I'm seeing everything being good. Mic's on, analog, headsets on. Yeah. On my... Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear what's my YouTube channel? It's the same, Dimensions of Reality Podcast on YouTube. I'm actually going to be changing my YouTube name, by the way. I know this sounds crazy, but I no longer do podcasting. I'm just live, so I'm probably going to change it to live. But man, Sasquatch, hold on. There's no other thing that we can try. Let me think of another. How else did we do this before? Wasn't there an issue before? No, that's audio is still good there. Everything, my user settings are all set to have open audio for you. Everything. Yeah, my mic. I did my mic check. I did my headset check. Everything's on. Your volume is on. Everything's on. Yeah. While Sasquatch is working on that audio issue, I want to tell everybody a few things. First of all, we got to give a shout out to Karaoke, because honestly, I wouldn't be here today or at all if it wasn't for the help of Karaoke and others, by the way, because again, he's not the only person who donated to help me keep this alive. Here, let me send you a link. One sec. There were others who sent me. There were others who essentially sent me donations to help me keep this alive. I almost had to give this up, and I don't want to. The streaming 7 days a week isn't just, again, it's not just a cathartic release for me, although it really is. It's also a chance for me to engage with the community. I told you this at the beginning of the show, I'm you guys and gals. I am in touch with my inner everything enough that I can have a conversation with you all. And I think that, I cannot believe that people want to support me at all, let alone as much as you guys have supported me. Even those in the chat right now have supported me. That you think that my presence is worth helping me out with everything, financially as well, because again, I am completely funded by the audience. I am crowdsourced, so to speak, now thanks to Karaoke, or crowdfunded or whatever. And I appreciate that. Sasquatch, I'm still not getting anything. Hold on, let me see. There's no other show. Audio's good. Yeah, everything on my end, I'm telling you, dude, is good. I can hear myself. I check settings. Check my audio settings again. Yeah, I don't understand why it's doing that. Hold on one second. Let's try this. Let me end this, and I'll call you right back. I think I know. I think I may know why. We'll see. Try this. Yep.
Hello?
Got you.
Yeah, I think you called me on my channel,
Yep.
which I think might have been the problem.
I did. I just realized it literally at the last moment. So.
Gotcha.
Yep. So. All right. So let's talk.
Gotcha.
Let's
Cool.
talk. What's going on? What's your concern? What's your
What's my what? All right, with what? With the upcoming hearing? With
whatever's on your mind, my guy. Anything on your mind that you wanna tell me I'm wrong about.
Well, I don't know. I feel like you covered a lot, and well, some of it I missed. I was doing laundry.
Yeah.
I can't spend 100% of my time on UFOs, but let's see here. Do you really think that having David Fravor and what was the other pilot?
David Fravor and Ryan Graves.
And Ryan Graves. Do you really think that they we're going to get anything out of them during like a hearing? I mean, I feel like we've already heard everything they have to say. I mean, they can't disclose anything confidential in front of Congress.
Well,
I mean, in an open hearing anyway. In an open hearing. So, like, why are they included? We've already heard everything they have to say.
That was my initial impression. Like, why would they give us the same people we've heard for the last 3 years, or more than that in some cases?
Mm-hmm.
We've heard about the cubes. We heard about the orbs, the cube surrounded by the orb, translucent orb. We've heard about the Tic Tac. We already know this stuff. It's been well publicized, There's plenty of media, and there's documentaries on it, and there's lots of interviews on it. They've been all over the internet, all over the place. Joe Rogan, biggest podcast in the entire world, knows about these people. Let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they go through the trouble of bringing back people that have already said the same thing? Well, what do you, in your mind, why do you think they would do that, knowing that you feel this way? How do you think they feel?
Maybe they just have a shortage of whistleblowers with anything to say.
I mean that's true, but not true, not entirely true. Let me just tell you something. They don't have a shortage of whistleblowers. They have a limitation with what whistleblowers are allowed to even say anything and what they're allowed to say. They've literally been stopped from having conversations with whistleblowers at military bases because the Air Force has been essentially saying no, you can't. You're not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to hear the information, the data. No. I'm guessing that knowing that the people have already heard these people, there is data that they have not disclosed yet that they will be allowed to share at the hearing. If not, it's going to be everything's going to stop. It's going to ruin everything. It's going to ruin everything. Just like the NASA hearing did, just like the Arrow hearing did, the first 2 times, it's going to ruin everything. Because this is supposed to be the thing. They can't do that again. They can't.
Yeah, I just think maybe Congress wants to, I don't know, talk to people who supposedly have a first-hand account. But, and then again, Congress people, they're not experts on anything. I mean, they're just policymakers. I mean, they're just as lost in the dark as, I mean, you're as much of an expert on UFOs as anyone in Congress. I mean, so...
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think a lot of them don't know anything about the topic. They've only just recently learned about it or even really engaged in it. And I think that they have data that is more convincing than the data that I trust a lot of people that claim to be first-hand witnesses. They can't do that because they're implementing policy for the American people. So it's my belief, based off of, the obvious, that they have to have better data than what I would have access to in some cases.
I mean, if they had better data, then why would they need an amendment? Why would they need that?
Well, because
to push that through.
Because that data can't be released to us. I mean, again, remember, that amendment isn't for them. They have the information, not all of it, but some of it, enough to be convincing. The amendment is for us. It is explicit in giving, making an explicit and unambiguous statement that we are not alone on this planet, that we are not alone in the universe, and that something is engaging with humanity. And that's a non-human intelligence, essentially, and that we have the technology. We've captured some of their technology. I think that's kind of the point of the amendment. The amendment was to get that out there in an official way to make that explicit admission that we're not alone in the universe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have the amendment here, and it looks like what they want is just to sort of centralize all that data. Looks like they want to have more control over these investigatory, I guess, programs within the government. They want to have more accountability for these things, just more oversight, essentially.
Karma Keklian on YouTube said something really interesting, and I want to mention this. So, I think you're all downplaying the fact that we're making it official. This YouTuber, podcast, or Fox, this isn't YouTube or a podcast or Fox where people can just say whatever they want, no repercussions. This is Congress. That is an excellent point, Karma, on YouTube. Excellent point. I think that kind of answers my question there. That answers your question, there.
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose they can't intentionally lie, but that doesn't mean that what they're saying is like true. They could just you're
still of the persuasion that they're being misled by some of these whistleblowers.
Well, maybe not intentionally, but another problem I have with like David Fravor, and because I was thinking about this, and just it occurred to me like these guys they just happened to see something, right? They're not like David Grush, whose job it was, I guess, to investigate this stuff, to interview people.
Yeah.
Right? And so Fravor and Ryan Graves, they just, they were jet pilots. They happened to see something, but they're not the ones that went around and interviewed people. They didn't, they're not, I don't know, engineers, I suppose. They probably couldn't talk to the physics of this stuff.
Probably not, but they understand, obviously flight characteristics of. It's literally their life's work to understand the flight characteristics of our military technology, including our adversaries. So to think that they wouldn't have an understanding that that the technology they're seeing isn't phenomenal would be, that would be kind of illogical, wouldn't it? Because again, it is their duty, it is their life's work. Their everyday, training is to understand these different craft. So to witness something that's performing in ways they can't even imagine us being capable of, it's no small thing to note. It is of the utmost importance to hear it from someone like them. It's like if you're a dog groomer and then you come across a bear, you're not gonna be like, I just seen a really big dog. I never seen a dog that looks like that before, but like it's just a really big dog. You'd be like, oh my gosh, I just seen a completely different creature. It's like nothing like anything I've ever seen before. It's so obviously different and notable that you can't mistake it for anything other than what it is, and that is anomalous. That is the phenomenon. It's not ours.
But again, they've already said what they've known, like ad nauseum.
No,
so...
they've said what they are allowed to talk about, because Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor were just on a podcast, on the Merged podcast, which is Ryan Graves' podcast, and he mentioned Commander David Fravor mentioned some things he can't divulge all the details of, and that's the kind of thing that would convince people about the phenomenon more. There's data that's classified about even the Nimitz encounter. There's data that's we talked about that. We've argued about that before. There's a lot of data that cannot be released to the public because it's classified. And that amendment, the effort is to get that declassified, especially if it's 25 plus years old, so the American people can see the data and say, oh my gosh, not only is this real, it's been real for a long time.
Oh, what was the context of that data that they couldn't divulge?
The context was that it used sensor equipment that was classified because of its capability, because of its reconnaissance capabilities. They didn't want their enemy to know how good our technology is. Therefore, they classified it. That means that there's way better data that's got better quality, much more explicitly something that they're not allowed to tell us about. Now, you can dismiss, if Ryan Graves said it, Mick West can go. Mick West and Green Street can have a circle jerk all day long and talk about how it's just one person's testimony. But when you throw data in there, like technology in there, they can't do that. When you throw technology that can be misinterpreted, they can do that. When you throw in high quality data that can not grainy footage, not weird IR sensor camera footage that can be, oh, look at the differences here, look at the old, no, explicit 4K, 120 FPS. This is something real here. You can't dismiss that, and that's the data that we don't have access to. That's the data that is being claimed by Tim Burchett that they've seen, and again, that's the data that the American people need to see. So that amendment isn't just for like giving power to the government; it's giving information to the people.
Well, then I get you can still talk to the pilots, but then why are we not bringing in the engineers who made this technology, who can answer? Like, is it possible that there are just errors in the software? Like, have bring before the Congress people the ones responsible for this technology.
Yeah, why would you? Okay, so why would you not think that the eyewitness accounts that are corroborating the sensor data equipment are not as important as the? So, for example, Mick West said the exact opposite of what you just said. The exact opposite. On top of making some other ridiculous claims, right? His contention is this: well, the sensor data could be wrong. Well, eyewitness testimony can be wrong. Well, if everything can be wrong, then nothing can ever mean anything unless you say it means something. That is nonsensical, and it's literally mind-numbingly stupid to think that, well, anything that I don't agree with, you can just misinterpret it all. But anything I agree with, oh, well, the data says this. That is exactly who Mick West is and what he does. He just finds ways to debunk data by saying that it could be a mistake, it could be a misinterpretation of the data, it could be eyewitness. It's all about obfuscating everything. If he's not a disinformation agent, I don't know who is.
I mean, I haven't seen any. No, I haven't seen any indication he's a disinformation agent. I think if your evidence is just destroyed or discredited so easily, then I mean, it wasn't that great to begin with. No. But no, he's not getting paid like that. No. All right. So I'm not saying don't interview the pilots, but again, they've been out for years. We've heard most of what they have to say about their own personal interactions. Right. So, and these hearings are time limited. All right. The Congress isn't going to spend like 20 hours, several days on this stuff. And, they have their time limits on who can speak and whatnot. So since we've already heard what the pilots have to say, get in the engineers who made this stuff. All right. Talk to the technical aspect and what these systems are actually capable of. All right.
Well,
let's talk to the nerds. Bring the nerds in and
I think
talk
that's
to
fair.
Those guys.
I think that's fair. Now, this is not a good quality data point. This is not a good quality data point, but a while back, there was a tweet from one of the people that works on those sensor equipment that was essentially crapping on Mick West all day long. Like, dude, you're wrong about your analysis about this is wrong. And again,
who is this?
I don't even. It's lost in the ether, man. And again, if one day I come across it, I'll send it to you. We'll rehash this conversation. But I'm telling you that there was an analyst who works on that, who worked on the equipment from the gimbal. I believe it was a gimbal. The Tic Tac situation where he said what Mick West was suggesting was completely off key. And he explained.
Was that the pilot?
No.
There was a pilot who tried to discredit.
No, this guy was one of the he worked with the equipment, and he essentially he just crapped on Mick West's debunking. And again, we're talking when I first started doing this whole thing, so I didn't even consider saving it or anything. I was just like, oh, that's cool. Now I wish at this moment I really wish I would have at least retweeted it. I'm sure I can find it, but either way, even then, because Mick West was retorting to that even he could be wrong, and the retort is always the same. Well, you could be wrong. You could be wrong. You could be wrong. Anybody can be wrong except for Mick West. Mm-hmm. Right? All the data can be wrong or misinterpreted except for Mick West. That is not a fair.
That's not true.
That is entirely true.
No, I've heard him several times say that he could be wrong about this, and he is all for these hearings.
Bro,
and getting people.
It's like when someone says And some, I assume, are good people. Right? I could be wrong, but I'm not. And let me tell you all the reasons why I'm not. It's a grift, dude. That is a literal grift, where you make a statement, you stand firm on it, you double down on it, and then you say, but I could be wrong, but let me re-up and double down again. That's what McWest, again, it's all a part of the grift, man. I'm a humble guy. Let me tell you pridefully why I'm right about everything and you're wrong about everything.
Sure, but he shows his work. So I mean, if he's grifting, he's doing a terrible job at it.
He is. He is doing a terrible job at it. He's also doing a terrible job at his data. It's all conjecture. He's not a first-hand witness.
I mean, he goes step by step in his analysis of this stuff, and he presents it to everyone.
He presents alternatives to the data, not alternatives to facts. I'm sorry, not alternative fact. Well, actually, if you use what the heck is that chick's name? If you use Conway, what's her name? That Conway chick.
Kellyanne Conway.
Kellyanne Conway. He has alternative facts to the UAP phenomena. Of course, you can do that. Here's a situation.
Hold on. Did you say he has alternative facts, or he comes to alternative conclusions?
I'm jesting here. I'm being facetious. Yeah. So what I mean is this. What he does is he'll take an account of something. Let's say there's a car crash that 5 people saw, and 5 people say something that they say 5 different things, right? 5 slightly, not exactly this. Like the car, I think was a green car. No, I think it was a red car. No, I think it was a beige car. Oh, wait a minute. I think he crashed from the side. No, I think he crashed him from the front. No, I think he actually tailgated him. All those are different. Those are vastly different accounts. What's the one thing that's consistent among all of them?
What, are you asking me, or are you just going to, is that rhetorical?
There was a car, it was a rhetorical.
Yeah,
there was a car crash, right? There was a car crash. We can find out the data. We're not going to be able to figure out exactly what happened by listening to 5 different witness testimony. But let's say 2 of those 5 people said the same thing. Now we're on to something. Let's say 2 of those 5 people talked to all, and then we come to some conclusion with video evidence. Okay, now we're on to something. What McWest will do is, well, they didn't even know what they were talking about. All 5 of them had different stories. Well, 5 had different stories, and the camera doesn't really show exactly what happened anyway. That's what he does. It's not. He ignores the fact that there was a crash, and focuses on all the reasons why you shouldn't trust it. Any of it. None of it. None of it's trustworthy. All of it's fake, because of the differences that may be among the witnesses. Now, here's what's interesting about McWest and the Tic Tac incident. All the witnesses that came forward, Alex Dietrich and Ryan Graves, said the same thing, the exact same thing, which means from different vantage points, they saw the same thing. Ryan Graves engaged with this phenomena. Alex Dietrich witnessed it, and they said the same thing. And yet he ignores that entirely. That is 100% witness corroboration. How can you ignore that? How can you ignore that unless your intention is to just, Project Blue Book the whole thing? That's it.
Well, how can he even address it? Like, if he wasn't there, all I've ever seen him use is the actual data presented. Like, if you go to his channel, I mean, I don't know what else you would be able to look at, but on his channel, the only time
check it out.
Anytime he analyzes something, it's he usually has a video of the thing he's talking about, and that's what he analyzes. I don't think he speaks to personal experiences that much, unless he's interviewed some people, and then he will ask probing questions and maybe present alternative explanations. But I think his main thing is taking the video or the data from an event and then walking you through step by step until he reaches the conclusion.
Yeah, but how? Again, it's about how he does, and this is what I think is I don't understand how this is missed among people who are interested in truth. Like, if I wanted to know the truth, what I wouldn't do is look at all the reasons why there is nothing to see here. That's what he does. Like, what? Let me ask you this: why doesn't he look at things that are undeniably phenomena? The phenomena. Why does he only do things where all he ever does is debunk? And why is it that he is standing on a single leg here? There is no one who is on McWest's side except for the people that don't know about the phenomena, haven't researched it, read about it, learned about the things that over history, aren't directly involved in the phenomena. Like, for example, again, we're talking about people who have first-hand accounts that say this is a real thing. How come he is the only one? How come there are no first-hand witnesses that say, yeah, I was just drunk that night. Yeah, I was probably high. yeah, I probably didn't actually know what I actually don't actually. I think I don't trust my own observations. How come that's the case? Because it's a grift.
Is I think you're mischaracterizing what he does. I mean,
No.
and I would like, and you use the term, was it undeniable? I mean, is it?
Okay, well, obviously, nothing. Are we really here? Like, is this real? Are we actually alive? Are we in a simulation? Is everything fake? Are we all one spirit expressing itself in different, through different, consciousnesses? We can do that all day long and it's kind of like, my thing is this. There's smoke. There's a lot of smoke. There's so much smoke we're choking on it. And McWest says, there's nothing to see. Don't worry about the smoke. There's no fire. We're all gonna die if we trusted only McWest. And by the way, again, you have an entire movement in government, in the whistleblowers coming out and speaking out against the government or the intelligence community that's saying there's something to see here, and you got McWest on by himself, all by his lonesome. What are you gonna
He's not by himself.
Who else is doing it?
Like on YouTube?
Anywhere.
Or just anywhere?
Who is a credible... The reason why McWest is so popular is because he satisfies a need that some people have. And that is a need to rationalize the irrational. To make sense of things that don't make sense. To ground people in a way... Like, for example, if there are aliens, people are saying they're aliens. I don't want to believe that crap. Who tells me it's not real? McWest. I like that guy. He satisfies a need. Anybody who just doesn't want to believe, that McWest is their guy. Anybody who doesn't want to believe but wants to know the truth, they might go to John Greenwald. By the way, I think John Greenwald is doing a terrible job. But he's also aligned with McWest. Anybody who is skeptical but wants to know the truth, follows the news, reads the articles, finds out about the people that are making the claims, and then does the research on who these people are and why they should be considered credible. That's where you find truth. Now there's believers that say that fairies and gnomes and everybody else is real, and we're all here. Everything's real, and Bigfoot hangs out at my yard sometimes and says hi to me. There's those people, but they're not in the public conversation. It's the ones in the middle, dude. They're the ones that we should be listening to. The ones in the middle. Not McWest, not the fairy, not the Bigfoot hangout people, the ones in the middle. And I'm not pooping on people here either way. I'm just saying that if you want truth, you don't believe in everything and you don't believe in nothing. You stand in the middle and you try to figure out what's going on. And that's not what McWest is doing. He's trying to downplay and rationalize things so it doesn't, so that it makes sense. And it all stems from him when he was a little boy and he had his blankie, he held it tight. All right, listen, everybody. McWest held his blankie real tight, like this, right here. Scared that the aliens were going to come and get him. And one day, he took that blankie and he threw it down and he said, "Never again, aliens. You're not real." And in protest, he spent his whole life debunking the topic. He literally explicitly says this. It was
that was his... Bro. What, he said that?
Yes, he did. He said when he was a kid, he was terrified that aliens were going to come attack him because he heard it somewhere in a movie or something like that. And movies were alien invasion, so he spent his whole life fighting against the topic because of it. It's no secret who McWest is. He's fighting against his own fears, man. It's not about truth. It's about fighting. It's about a childhood trauma that he experienced when he was a kid that he's trying to overcome to this day. That's it.
All right, so even if that were true, that doesn't invalidate the work that he's done. If he shows you how he goes through it step by step,
it does.
I mean, how does that
bias?
How does how is math is not biased? How is math biased?
Well,
the math that he uses when he does stuff like like the popular big three videos when we're looking at all the metrics there. Right. How is that math biased?
Well, because you can manipulate data. We've already talked about the ability to manipulate data. But math is not.
It's not. No. It's not manipulatable because then someone else can come along and fact check him. Right? And then someone would come along and say my calculations are different, right?
So I have a video here that McWest is hold on, let me turn the volume off on this thing. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. If you're trying to find out what the truth is there a phenomena at all? How do you approach that? Do you spend... He spends every waking hour debunking. You have to ask yourself, that's a biased perspective. Somebody that's not biased will not be all on one side. They're not going to be...
Every waking hour, all hours of the day?
That is
from the time he wakes up to
that is
to
clearly rhetorically facetious. Do not be a child. Do not be a child.
I don't know. I like using words specifically.
I like to be facetious because I think he's just ridiculous, man. I mean, I spent so much time listening to his tweets, and all he does is look at how fake this is. Look at how real this is. Look at the this is what it probably is. This is what it probably is. It's Project Blue Book. We just listened to the infographics talk about how the people that did Project Blue Book concluded that 700 cases out of the thousands of cases they took were unexplained. They were anomalous. And they concluded there's nothing to see here. That's McWest. That's McWest. It's all about, oh yeah, there are a few cases, I don't know, 100 or so of them that are like really anomalous and phenomena. But I'm going to focus on all the ones that are not so that I can tell you that there's nothing to see here. Tell me he doesn't do that.
I think he only looks at the incidents that we have data for, or that is available to us.
He only looks at ones that he can find an alternative explanation for. He does not look at ones that he cannot. There are no cases that I've ever heard of McWest say, well, this one's really strange. I have no idea.
What?
He doesn't have.
So what would be
what
would be an incident that you think he should look into, that you think he would ignore?
I mean, dude, the Tic Tac incident is a prime example of what he does.
He looked at that one though.
Yes, and what did he conclude?
What was his conclusion? Which one? The Tic Tac?
Yeah, his conclusion was that it was a misidentification, and that the pilots didn't know what they were talking about. The pilots did not know what they were seeing. They misinterpreted what their eyes saw. These pilots that we trust with national security, the defense of the United States land, that we can't trust them. We can't trust them. We cannot trust them. Are you kidding me? He does.
What do we? Yeah.
What?
Oh no. That I was just trying to reiterate. You're saying that he's saying that we can't trust the pilots?
He said that we cannot trust the observations of our pilots. He said that. McWest said that. Anytime a pilot comes forward and says they saw something, we can't trust him. Ryan Graves, can't trust what they see. David Fravor, can't trust him. Alex Dietrich, can't trust him. Can't trust him. Why? Because McWest has the answers. Here's my how do you explain this object not only being witnessed by the radar operators, but also the pilots, two of them, and the radar data, and the radar operators? They're all witnessing the same phenomena, performing the exact same things, disappearing and turning up 50 miles away at a cap point that was automatically generated in real time by an algorithm that nobody knew. How do you explain that? How do you explain that?
Does McWest cover the stuff that we don't have public information for?
Dude, what he does is he does this. He always finds alternative explanations for it.
Well, he looks at the data and then he walks through it, and I think more often than not, it ends up being nothing. Actually, I think most of the time it's nothing.
No. It does not turn out to be nothing. It turns out to be explainable. It's not something that causes something that makes military pilots feel like there's a flight and safety concern isn't nothing. Ryan Graves said that they're experiencing this phenomena on a daily basis. Pilots are being scared into not saying anything by the Air Force. There was an explicit admission by pilots that the Air Force, that the higher-ups were telling them if they reported on this, there would be repercussions to their career. And you're telling me there's nothing to see here because McWest said he can debunk every video that's ever been published? I can't. You gotta be honest with yourself here, my guy. The honest truth
you're being facetious again.
I know. I can't help it. All right, let me be more. You and drunk physics get me on this every freaking time. But the truth is, I'm not speaking lies here. I'm not. It's.
I would say, point at an instance where he talks about something that he, like when he's just talking about firsthand accounts, firsthand eyewitnesses. I mean, when does he ever comment on those?
What do you mean? When he only? I'm speaking about solely the Tic Tac one because it's one that I'm most familiar with his debunking of.
Right.
And by the way, he doesn't know. He just accepts the conclusion that the alternative explanation that this is a misidentification of something else that's mundane.
Mhm.
It's not. He doesn't know. He doesn't know, and neither do the pilots, by the way. But let's just say they saw an object that was shaped like a Tic Tac that did not show up to having any visible flight, any visible means of propulsion, and did not have flight characteristics that are akin to anything they've ever seen that's in any human inventory, adversary or ours, and that was performing ways that defy what we understand as, at this moment in time, the laws of physics. And it was also doing something that was it was reminiscent of precognition. It was at their cap point, dude. Their cap point. We're talking 50 miles in seconds. How is that possible? It's not.
Indeed. And I'm not sure Mick West comments on that, but I would have questions like, how big is a cap point, first off?
Well, a cap point is just like an area. It's just an area. It's 50 miles away. It ain't 50 miles wide. If it's 50 miles away, if it's 50 miles away.
How big is a cap point, though?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Like,
how large of an area is a cap point? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because obviously
let me
we're
ask you a question.
in jets. Yeah.
Hold on one second. Let me ask the question, and then before I get the answer, I want to ask you a question. What would be, in your mind, what difference would it make if the cap point was a mile wide, 2 miles wide, 3 miles wide, 4 miles wide, 5 miles? Let's say it's 10 miles wide. What difference does it make?
Well, the distance between the pilots and the object. I mean, if it's 10 miles wide and Fravors on one side and the Tic Tac is on the other, that's quite a distance. But if it's only like maybe a mile or shorter, if it's when you're in a jet and you're going those kinds of speeds, distance matters, right? How close were they?
Well, I'm not getting anything that I can give quickly. The only answer I got is that in a cap aircraft beyond 50 nautical miles is... Hold on one second. I have to I have to read this in order to get the answer, and it's 39 pages. I don't know how wide is a cap point area. I'm not getting an answer. Maybe I should ask AI.
Sure. Let's see.
What is the terminal area of a cap point? Area of a cap point, terminal area within a material. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not getting a specific answer off of a basic Google search. But let's just put it this way: they said it was 50 miles away. That the object was detected 50 miles away.
Okay.
That is. It doesn't matter whether the cap point. Again, the cap point could be 100 miles. If the cap point is 100 miles away from, or 50 miles away from where the pilots were, it's still 50 miles away in seconds. That is, again, unquestionably anomalous. It's something that is the phenomena. That's what they're talking about is a concern. And so what Mick West does is he will ignore that type of data because there is no explanation for it. There's no balloon that can do that. We don't have anything in our inventory that can do that. And he can speculate, well, maybe it's a secret government project, but what's being said is it's not. So that means he's speculating based off of his own theory, not any data that's been proven or can be used at all. Because we don't know if there's anybody that has that data, that kind of technology. We don't know. As far as we know, it has been explicitly said by the DOD and the government, we don't have that tech. Pilots who've seen this stuff, we don't have that tech. Our adversaries do not have that tech, which means something else does. Something else does. So, again.
I think we're just making a lot of assumptions here.
No. I'm not making assumptions. I am being very clear with my conversation here, my brother. Now, again, it's funny to me that Mick West convinces. I've read your analysis on things. It is balanced. It's intelligent. It's logical. Your affinity to Mick West's analysis confuses me because your analysis is better than his. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't think so. I mean,
I'm telling you, I've read your one email convinced me that you were an intelligent person.
I didn't. Yeah, but I didn't have to use any math, and I think my summation was basically what was it about again?
It was about the alleged area.
Yeah, Linda Moulton Howe had an interview with, what was it, a pilot?
Yeah, and who claimed that there were scientists that were a part of a secret mission over in
Right.
Antarctica. That there was an alien base there. It's terrifying, you know. And you did some research, and your research, that one video, 2-hour video, you did research on that video, came up with one of the most condensed and intelligent summations of your assessment of it that I've ever seen. And McWest is your guy? I don't get it. I don't understand, because you're smarter than that.
No, well, my summation for that was basically, I mean, there's no way. I think my summation is that there's no way we can prove or deny what this pilot in Antarctica was saying.
Measured though, you were measured with that. That is a measured conclusion. And by the way, you also said, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a lot of his conversation made you think that this guy actually has inside knowledge of these areas and of chain of command, as well as some of the acronyms that are involved with the military. You were convinced by that, at least, that he's somebody that's been involved in the military in a capacity that he claims he is. That was one of the things that I thought was interesting, because on the other hand, you said, but that does not mean that what he said is true, because we can't confirm or deny because there's no evidence. There's no evidence. Again, credible witness, no credible evidence. That's your summation. That was what I got from you. And that's a measured approach. What McWest does is the witnesses don't know what they're talking about. They're all misperceiving the data. They have no idea what Malmstrom Air Force Base.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, dude. Like,
what about Malmstrom?
Is there knowledge of any weapons systems of our adversaries or otherwise, or us, that can shut down nuclear silos one by one without being physically connected or knowing what the codes are and the redundancies are to those nuclear facilities? How do they do
back in 1967? Yeah, possibly. There was
is there?
Hold on.
You know of it?
Yeah, EMPs.
Bro, there's systematically, they didn't shut down the facility. They shut down the nukes, just the nukes. They turned them off, and then they turned back on. We're not talking about a complete shutdown of all the electrical, energy.
All right, well, hold on. We can get. All right, let's move to Malmstrom in a second here, but just real quick, I would just if you want to pick out a topic that Mick West has looked at.
I'll tell you what.
And then we can. Oh shit! All right.
I got to go for today, but tomorrow, combat air patrol is a type of flying mission. Gary Oki sent me this. For fighter aircraft, a combat air patrol is an aircraft patrol provided over an object area over the force protected over the critical area of a combat zone or over an Air Force defense area for the purpose of interception and destroying hostile aircraft before they reach their target. A combat air patrol applies both over land and over water operations, protected other aircraft, fixed and mobile sites. That doesn't give us a parameter though, but I get it. It can't be any more than a few miles. But even so, again, that's 50 miles from their position, so that's kind of the point. But here's what I gotta say. We'll do a McWest debate next time.
Let's pick one topic and let's walk through each of the pieces of evidence that he analyzes. Specifically.
We got to do this for next week though, because tomorrow there's some things I got to talk about. But tomorrow, if you want to hop on, we can do a minor version towards the end of the show. I would love to. But we can do a real one, like a real in-depth dive at some of the things that McWest has said and talk about why he's a grifter.
Oh.
And a government
Oh, man. Just dropped that at the last minute. I work tomorrow, so I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see, man.
All right.
I'm open to it, brother.
We'll talk to you later.
Peace. Thanks for coming. All right, guys, listen, I got to go. The day is still young for me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Garioki, for that info. I appreciate that. And everybody in the chat, thank you so much for being here. It was fun. I had a really big show tonight. Many people joined the show. Many people are saying this was a great show. Many people are saying it. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the support. Again, this is I'm doing this because I'm able to do this because of you. And your support is is appreciated. So thank you so much for that, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, my friends, Dr. Doris out. Peace.